to get lucky. Not bad.
Ты еще когда не родился, он Вова уже в карты играл, а ты нам рассказываешь свои 25 лет.
Pretty sure none of that was good. I don't speak Russian, but I got the vibe.
I want to win all time.
Yeah, everybody wants to win.
Hello everyone and welcome to the PokerStars Championship Sochi, the penultimate day of the main event, the day when we play down to the final six. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. Kicking things off today with my top three favorite so's. Soda, Soderbergh, Sochi.
Nice. So yes, today is day 5, tomorrow is day 6. That's when we have cards up action from the final table, starting an hour later than normal, playing down to a champion, crowning a winner, and presenting that trophy. So who's going to make it? Who's going to fall at the final hurdle? You'll find out over the course of the next few hours. We want to hear from you throughout the day. Hashtag PokerStarsTV on Twitter. Use the live chat on the Twitch channel, twitch.tv/PokerStars. You can also watch us on YouTube. We also stream on Facebook Live. Plus, we're across all the social medias, including Snapchat and Instagram. Well, I hope you have enjoyed our live coverage of this tournament so far. If you weren't watching yesterday, you missed day 4, the day when 30 became 16, all in search of that trophy. Chris Moneymaker got off to a great start. He cracked aces for a much-needed double-up. But as the day drew to a close, he got coolered by Nadar Kakmazov. And that left Chris Moneymaker short-stacked. It wasn't the best of days either for fellow Team Pro Elke. He survived, but only just. Better fortunes for Vladimir Trinovsky. He is on great form here in Sochi. He finished 3rd in the National High Roller last week, and following the last KO of the evening, he finished day 4 of the main event among the chip leaders. So just 2 tables remain, one on the main stage. This is the outer table. This is the other table. Pavel Shershikov comes into the penultimate day as chip leader. He was chip leader throughout yesterday. He maintains that top spot. Chris Moneymaker is the tournament short stack with just 177k, just over 10 big blinds. So I hate to say it, but we are kind of on Moneymaker Death Watch right now.
Yeah, Moneymaker Death Watch and Elke as well. Hate to say it.
Yeah, if we look at the other table, which will be our feature table for today, Elke also playing just over 10 big blinds. We have got 2 of the big stacks on the main stage. Sayed Gavam from Iran and Vladimir Troyanovsky, who I think is 4th in chips overall, and just ahead of Timur Bubnov, the Vladivostokian Oompa Loompa. He is a spin-and-go qualifier who works in a confectionery factory in Vladivostok.
What I do love, obviously, James, we're rooting for the people we know and love because we want to have an interesting broadcast. You know, Elke, Chris Moneymaker, Vladimir Trinovsky, but I do love the fact that we've been getting to know these other guys throughout the course of the week, and we're going to love them as well.
Absolutely.
Welcome, black players, to day number 5, the PokerStars Championship main event here in Sochi. We're going to be resuming level number 21. That's going to be a small blind of 8,000, big blind 16,000 to ante 2,000. The button is in seat number 2. Dealers, let's shuffle up and deal, please.
Thank you, Mike, and confirmation that we did get 30 minutes into level 21. So we pick up the action with 58 minutes left on the clock. Then we'll take our first break of the day. So blind still 8,000, 16,000 with a 2,000 ante. Then they go to 1020. And let's get to know some of the players we may not be too familiar with sat at our feature table. This is Said Butba in the one seat.
It's the time in the tournament where we've seen these folks, most of them, at one point or another. But there's always someone new like that guy next to Elky.
You mean Yamada?
No, the other side.
Vitkin, we've seen him before.
I don't think I've done a lot of Vitkin commentary.
Dmitry Vitkin has spent time on our feature table before. Let me tell you about Vitkin. Total live earnings, $1.5 million.
Oh, wow.
9 main event cashes on our tour. A 4th place finish in Tallinn in 2010.
Well, sorry.
So this is Timur Bubnov, the spin and go qualifier from Vladivostok. He has raised it to 33,000. Gets a fold from Butba.
A chip taker and a candy maker.
Round to Mikhail Rudoy, a very accomplished Russian player. Another online qualifier for this particular event. Rudoy, it was pointed out earlier in the week, looks like a young Freddie Mercury.
I was going to say, Rudoy's breathing pretty heavy.
Rudoy shoves for 335,000. So this is roughly a 20 big blind reshove, which has got the blinds to fold. Action back on the razor. Bubnov calls.
Wasting no time here.
First hand of the day.
2 10s for Bubnov.
Rudoy with 2 5s. So it is a domination situation and Rudoy at risk.
Hoping to be flipping. He is in jail.
Nine, 7 deuce on the flop. 10's holding. Deathly silence in the room. 9 of spades, and spades are a factor. Rudoy picks up a flush draw, increases his out substantially. Any 5, any spade on the river, and he's going to double up.
10 outs could be just the right number of outs.
The river card is a club, though, and that will seal Mikhail Rudoy's fate. He had a 10th place finish in Barcelona back in 2014. He finishes 16th here in Sochi, and he cashes for 1.6 million rubles. That is just shy of 30,000 US dollars.
Come on, Rude boy. Rudoy. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Sorry to see him go.
Timur Bubnov, who is a huge poker fan, by the way, who's been to the World Series a few years and watches poker on TV pretty much all the time. He has moved over the million mark. The spin and go qualifier now guaranteed at least 1.8 million rubles, $32,000. And already, just like that, we are down to 15 after just one hand. Punisher has been with us over the last few days. He tweets, hashtag PokerStars TV, good to see Elky at the main table. You know, obviously there was a 50-50 chance that we'd get Elky and Moneymaker on the same table today. They are split, and obviously we have our team out in the field. I say out in the field, just at the steps of the stage, keeping tabs on Moneymaker's table, and if there is any significant action there, we'll bring you details.
I would expect to be going to that table relatively soon this morning, considering Chris is starting off with 11 big blinds.
So action here on Elky. First to speak with 11 big blinds. He folds. Dmitry Vitkind also passes. Bubnov out. Are we going to see Said Butba in action?
We are.
Russian player with nearly $80,000 in live tournament earnings. He opens from the cutoff, makes it 32,000. Folded around to Said Gavam in the big blind, in the small blind rather, and he's folded, and Yamada folds the big blind as well.
James, how many non-Russian players do we have left in this tournament out of the 15?
Okay, well, we've got Chris Moneymaker from the USA, that's one. We've got Albakarov and Nee both from Kazakhstan, that's a total of 3. We have Said Gavam from Iran, that's 4. Junya Yamada from Japan, 5. And Elki from France, 6. So 6 out of 15 non-locals.
It is going to be a very Russian-heavy final table.
Mathematically, it is still possible for there to be no Russian players in the final 6.
Mathematically, yes. Chip stack-wise, very unlikely. America's short, France is short, Japan is short.
Action folded around the table to Vladimir Trinovsky, who's barely woken up. Trinovsky is 6th on the Russian all-time money list. Total live earnings of $4.8 million. 9 cashes in main events on our tour, and a 3rd place finish in the Super High Roller in Barcelona back in 2014.
Normally it tilts me the way you say 6th instead of 6th, but in Vlad's case, he is 6th. Complete 6th, though.
Last time we saw him go deep in a main event was in the Bahamas a couple of years ago. So that was a walk for Elki in the big blind that last hand. And one of the things we've remarked over the last few days is how jovial, how chatty the tables have been. Now, granted, most of that chat has been in Russian, as you'd expect, with a mainly Russian field. Now things get serious. Now it's all on the line. 6 seats at the table tomorrow, 15 players. That means we are going to see 9 more eliminations. And as is the case in any poker tournament, all the big money, the life-changing money, that's up top.
Like a Russ Meyer movie, very top-heavy.
That was a raise and take it for Gavam, who still has the table chip lead just ahead of Vladimir Trinovsky. The prize pool here in Sochi, 150 million rubles. We started paying players on day 3 when the bubble burst, 55 making the money. Everyone now guaranteed 1.8 million rubles, 29 million rubles up top. That first prize equals 514,000 US dollars at today's exchange rate.
Мальчик с капучино уже отошел мировой.
Оно не самое фартовое, видимо, это капучино.
Let me get a shot at that sweet ass ponytail over there, huh?
Не бери.
Спасибо.
That yummy little mane.
Предложи кому.
Action here
От
on
чистого
Butba.
сердца дойди.
He's out. Trinovsky.
35.
First hand we've seen him play today. Raises to 35,000. It's round to Bubnov in the big blind.
Cool.
All right, here we go. Flop time.
The flop is ace, queen, 7 with 2 clubs. Bubnov playing in flow, checks to the pre-flop aggressor. Trinovsky continuing for 35k. And Bubnov coming along.
Booby. One more club.
The board gets flushier. Bubnov checks a second time. You can hear Moneymaker laughing it up in the background as Troinovsky checks behind, and we get a king on the river, giving us a straighty, flushy board.
Troinovsky trying to decide whether or not he wants to bet this.
Just a reminder, it went check call on the flop, check check on the turn. The river goes check check, showdown.
Выиграл только что.
Bubnov
Нервничаешь.
with king jack rivered a pair. Two pair for Vlad.
Готовишь мне.
Huh. Interesting that you didn't think aces up were good enough to value bet there.
Вроде фишки есть. Запугал меня.
Sebastian is with us. He tweets, my first day watching the stream because I've been on vacation. Great to see Elke make it deep in back-to-back main events. Absolutely. We have had Elke make it to day 5 in consecutive PokerStars championships. Made the final 2 tables in Monte Carlo. Here he is again today. We know he's got some work to do, but we are keeping everything crossed for both him and Chris Moneymaker.
When you say everything crossed, fingers, toes,
And that's it.
Okay. It's a metaphorical everything. She's saying I can go ahead and uncross these because it's quite uncomfortable.
You didn't have to show me.
I was also hoping you could. Does this look normal to you?
Nothing about you is normal. But that's good, Joe. It's fine to be unique. Action here folded to Dmitry Vitkind. He raises his button. It's a fold from Bubnov in the small blind. Butba in the big blind. He calls. As we go to the flop, let us introduce our first guest commentator of the day. Joining us from overseas, from Team PokerStars Pro Online, it's Nanonoko himself, Randy Lowe. Hi there, Randy.
Hey, how's it going?
Good to have you with us.
Randy!
What's up, Joe?
Buddy, thanks for keeping the people on Twitch entertained while we kick this show off. They're always happy to see you in there.
Yes, of course. And I'm happy to be here and watch, 2 Team PokerStars Pro at the end of this event.
Yeah, you know what? I didn't really think about that, both James and Randy, in that when we started our broadcast, there weren't a lot of Team Pros still in. But the fact that almost all of them have made it this far is pretty impressive.
Well, let me put it this way. When we started our broadcast on day 2 and there were roughly 208 players remaining, we had 2 Team Pros.
Yeah.
And they're still in.
I just couldn't remember if Felipe was in at the start of day 2 or not.
He didn't make it beyond day 1.
Just a little needle at Felipe, eh?
Well, sometimes the needles are intentional and sometimes they're accidental. Really, Felipe doesn't deserve the intentional one yet. Speaking of needles, do you have the same friendly rivalry with Chris Moneymaker that the rest of us do? Do you guys take jabs at each other?
Yeah, just a long story short, at the last PSC Bahamas event, there was a limo that came up that was ready for me, but because the guy knew who Chris Moneymaker was, he took my limo, and then I got a crappy car after to take me to the resort.
To be fair, if you're going to be upstaged by anyone in poker, Chris Moneymaker, right? Because he's the reason why we're all here, people.
Right.
That's exactly true. But the funny thing was he was all tweeting about it, how he was laughing at me the whole time, too.
That's like the perfect prank because it's annoying but harmless.
Yeah, I know.
That's pretty well played.
I wish him good luck, though. I wish him good luck.
So back to the action here. A button raise from Bubnov. So this guy Randy. Timur Bubnov is one of our spin and go qualifiers. Works in a confectionery factory in Vladivostok.
На ривере бы вонзил бы.
Wow, he's going to be able to buy a lot of confectionaries after this.
Especially with that employee discount.
So he has made it 33k, and Vladimir Troinovsky, a player I'm sure you're very familiar with, Randy, calling out of the big blind.
Very good player.
Ace 6-4 rainbow.
A good board a continuation bet on. Usually your opponent just has an ace or he doesn't, and usually if they're calling from the big blind, they can have a lot of hands like 10-9 offsuit, 8-9, things like that are just gonna fold. So I'll just always bluff here, almost always.
Quiet, Chris. We're trying to play poker over here.
What is happening at table Moneymaker?
Good luck, Chris. Wow.
А сейчас не нервничаешь, похоже.
Sounds like Chris is involved in an all-in situation.
10 blinds to 10 blinds? Sick, so much respect. What?
And 10's got folded. I really want to see what's happening with Chris, but I mean, Randy's doing analysis here, so.
Oh, I want to see what's happening over there too, though.
Yeah, we all do. Obviously, Troinovsky has check-raised Bubnov, but this hand is not for someone's tournament life.
I guess you usually don't expect your opponent to check raise you on an ace 6-4 rainbow, and he's coming along here.
Bubnov not folding. I wonder what Vlad was up late doing, huh?
It was a good fold. He would have lost. Good game, guys.
Oh, no.
It sounds like a GG from Chris Moneymaker.
Oh, no.
Guessing an ace must have hit.
Thanks, Chris. Sick.
So it looks like we're down to 14 in the PokerStars Championship Sochi main event.
Well, back to this hand, eh? Well, it looks like he's check raised a flop, and betting the turn is like looks pretty strong, because usually someone say he had like 7-8 on the flop and check raises it. Usually isn't gonna be bet this turn. So I'd be a bit cautious if I was Bubnov.
Cool.
Sorry for a little quiet here, guys. We just are all sort of processing. I'm not even sure I'd be much good to you the rest of the day today, James. Now that Chris is out, I might need a minute, or 4 or 5 hours. Just a quick trip to the pub, and I'll be over it.
Okay, so if Vladimir bets here again, I'm gonna assume he's not bluffing, because usually you're not gonna expect someone to fold an ace to you in this spot.
Once your check raise gets called and your turn bet gets called.
And you're playing the guy who owns the confectionery.
He doesn't own it. He's just an employee there, to our knowledge. But yeah,
Okay,
Vlad's
okay.
betting pretty big here. 279K into a pot of 482,000.
I mean, Vladimir is really representing a narrow range, like ace 4, 4, 6, pocket 4s, pocket 6s. But he might, it's kind of like, yeah, it's a narrow range that he's representing, but it's like, what is he actually bluffing with here? And I'm having a lot of trouble finding a bluff.
Wait, you're saying you're having a hard time finding a bluff? You don't think he's just
I don't
like
think Vladimir is bluffing. I don't think he's bluffing here. But these Russians are crazy, so who knows?
I just think that he could be defending his big blind so wide here that he could be running a multi-street bluff with...
It's possible. I mean, I don't know if he thinks like Bubnov is really tight and will fold like, say, like ace-jack right now. I guess we'll find out soon.
Yeah, and Randy, that's a good point, is that, you know, it really depends what he thinks of Bubnov. If he knows his game and knows he's the type of player that he can make fold an ace, or if he's the type of player that is going to be super sticky.
Maybe Bubnov's thinking, would this guy really bet again if he had a full house on a turn? And may convince himself to make a call. I'm assuming he's got a hand like ace 10 through queen or king, I guess. Something like that. He has to have an ace.
Такого.
There's the call. We're gonna see it. Vlad shows ace 6.
Ace 6 again? Well, this time he's betting his 2-pair and he's getting paid off. And Troinovsky adds more than $500,000 to his stack, up to 1.8 million now. He could well have taken the tournament chip lead with that hand.
That was huge.
Без страха вообще.
Okay, well, I guess we have to relive the moment when we lost Chris Moneymaker. As that hand was being played on the main stage, we heard Elke chatting to Chris about the fact that he was all in.
It's like when there's really horrible something from the news and you hear the audio first, they're like, okay, well, now we have the video from a different angle.
So here's how it went down, ladies and gentlemen. Chris Moneymaker got it in with 7s against...
Ace 10 called and 10's folded.
Yeah, we know, Chris. We heard that before.
What?
Is this a replay of it, or are they reenacting it?
I'm not home yet, but I like my chances a lot better now.
Oh, boy.
So Chris was fine
Kiss
on the
his little
flop.
forehead if I win. All right, now keep it low. Now don't go
Really?
up
He
the
gets
ladder.
rivered?
Again?
Anything under a 9 will work just fine.
Even though I know it's about to happen,
It might change.
I'm still sick about it. Ace on the river.
It was a good fold. He would have lost.
No.
Good game, guys.
It's really brutal, too. You know, the guy folds pocket 10s and you're up against ace 10. You're really feeling great about it. Flop, turn, awesome. Bye.
It's even worse when you bust out twice, right? The same
Yeah, I know.
Good luck, Elke.
So that's it for Chris Moneymaker. Congratulations. 15th place.
Он опасный. Резкий.
Он очень.
Если бы ты на него напал, я бы тебя сейчас
Самый опасный ты.
перекрутил. Он как бы сильный.
Ничего не хочется давать.
Если ты на него нападаешь, у тебя должно быть ого-го.
Выбрось тогда, если
Хотя
у меня ого-го.
король валет хотя бы.
I can tell you that Chris's cash in 15th place was for 1.8 million rubles. That's 32,000 US dollars. And a reminder, everyone, it's his first main event cash in 5 years.
Король дама, она не попала в доску.
I mean, Chris is from Tennessee. Those $32,000 should get him some brand new cinder blocks for his trailer.
Meanwhile, the dream for Elke is still alive. Not involved in this hand. It's Troinovsky again, wielding that big stack. He called Said Butba's raise pre-flop. He's called Butba's continuation bet on the flop. Let's see if Butba barrels turn.
Yep, he is.
C1 bet 62,000.
Ты знаешь, что пересматривают карты, когда ничего нет обычно? Запугивающая манера такая.
We need the translation tapes for you.
He's talking about how excited he is for Wonder Woman.
Uh-huh. And he calls.
Король валет все-таки у тебя, по-моему.
C5 call.
Как вариант.
He said, my hand is strong like Wonder Woman's bracelets. He also said if he wins, he's going to buy an invisible jet.
C1 check.
Думаю, твое стало.
We're going to see another pot shipped to Vlad. Pair of 5 is going to be good, yeah? Nope. Yes, they are. Out kicked. But outkicked.
Troyanovsky wins another one and is up to nearly 2 million now.
Эта черная, она не сильно хорошо смотрелась.
Ты решил не выкидывать, да?
Troyanovsky with 1.97 million. We think Pavel Shershnikov has around 1.6 million at the other table. So sure enough, Vlad is tournament boss. Meanwhile, Elke still in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
With just 11 big blinds and 32 minutes to play at this blind level before the stakes are raised.
I like how Elke just has his one name. He's kind of like what, Cher and like those people.
He is quite the diva.
Meanwhile, lots of people on Twitter, Punisher, Undersea Monkey among them, congratulating Chris. The classic congratulations line that you came up with, Joe. Obviously well played and a great result to make it to the final 16, but also frustrating to fall short of making the final table.
Так бы отработал.
It just must be such a mix of emotions. Like, obviously, you gotta be happy to have scored in such a long time and gone so deep. But, like, you must also feel, and maybe, Randy, you can speak to this a little bit, although, you know, not to needle you, you haven't had quite the tournament success that Chris has had. But, like, when you come this close, Randy, and maybe we'll hear from Chris later on, but when you come this close and then don't, do you feel like you might not ever come that close again?
I mean, I understand that feeling. You're like, oh, I had my chance, and like maybe you replay your whole tournament. You're like, oh man, I made this mistake, and then you're like, oh, I might have gotten farther. Maybe there were no mistakes made, but you definitely replay like everything that's happened, and it's a really crushing feeling. And usually you don't get over it until like you go home or something like that. But you just need to understand that poker, you know, it's got its variance, and you just got to keep playing good, and just you'll get your moment again.
I guess it's probably different for everyone, like how long that takes, right?
Mhm.
Oh, here come to.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's in live poker too. You play what, 4 or 5 days.
So, we lost Chris Moneymaker from the main event, and we grabbed a word with him after his elimination.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the good thing is I made the pay jump, which is good. You know, I came in as a short stack, and I knew I had to make a move early. Picked up sevens, which with 10 big blinds is a good hand, and guy with ace-10 called, and then the big blind folded 2 10s, which is phenomenal for me. I mean, it's like you know, obviously the best case scenario I could ever hope for in this situation, because it takes away 2 of his 10s. Ran out clean to the river, and then he hit the ace on the river to send me home. You know, if I win that pot, then I'm up to you know, a little over 300,000, and you know, I've got a shot. So, but that's tournament poker for you, and you know, I generally don't run very good deep. I've had a bad habit of not catching the cards when I need them deep in the tournament recently. So, you know, hey, but I'm happy. You know, I did what I wanted to do. I came in and I didn't panic and found a good hand, and it just didn't work out today.
Yesterday you were chipping up well, and then it came down to one big flip, well, one big showdown where you ran into the kings, really. Was it just the story of that one hand?
No, really it came down to, there was a hand earlier against the same opponent that I laid down a top pair, and if I don't lay that down, which, you know, I'm not famous for my folds, I knew I should have made the call after I folded it, but whatever, you know, I did what I did, and the next hand, I knew the guy didn't have an ace on 2 aces, and I made a big play on the turn. I just didn't follow it up on the river. He had 2 queens. I think if I shove on the river, I get through. So those 2 hands really hurt. I got sort of a break when I got ace-king in against ace-8, and then obviously when the ace-king versus kings happened, you know, I could have made an argument because my opponent, he had been chatty all day, and all of a sudden he got real quiet, and so I knew he had a big hand. But once I committed 260 and he had 600, I felt like I had to go. You know, if he has queens there, I'm supposed to go there 100% of the time. I just gotta hope he doesn't have aces or kings, which he woke up with kings. So it put me pretty short coming into today. But again, you know, I had a fighting chance. Up into that river, I was, you know, back in it.
The good news is I can see the insanity workouts already. showing results.
Плохо смотреть.
Positivity.
Great attitude from Chris, and hopefully, Joe, we can get him on the next episode of the podcast. It'd be great to have Chris be the guest on our Sochi recap on Poker in the Ears.
Maybe Randy can get him for us.
Yeah, I'll try. Yeah, right.
So the hand we missed at the feature table, a small win for Dmitry Vitkind, who currently sits on a stack of 652,000. 40 big blinds. Average stack right now 830,000 with 14 remaining. 2 tables of 7.
Pretty funny needle there on Twitch, Randy.
Chris Busto Maker.
I was really hoping for the Russian poker boom and Chris Rubelmaker.
Chris Rubelmaker is pretty good too.
Так это и был конец. Из этого 2 сдачи после этого.
Растят. Устал просто и туда показывать, и сам смотреть
После
и
этого 2
выкидывать.
сдачи.
Вообще в самом конце, что ли?
Да, да, да. Следующая сдача, по-моему,
Raise 36,000.
я на ББ.
6, 7 plus.
Он с СБ сдается.
Here comes Junya Yamada.
И следующая сдача.
Yamada representing Japan here in Sochi. A player with total live earnings of $7,500.
Well, I guess he's destroyed that record, eh?
Absolutely. I think this is the biggest score of their lives for a lot of the players left in this tournament.
If you put it in rubles, it sounds even better, right? Like 1.8 million.
Yeah, there's lots of commas in it.
Whoa, look at this.
Dmitry Vitkind with a sizable 3-bet.
6, 10 plus.
He's gonna
105,000.
Oh, Yamada's going pretty much an all-in or fold situation, decides to fold.
2 in a row for Dmitry Vitkind.
Ты вчера с ним играл весь день? Вчера играл с ним целый день?
16, да?
Ну, кого ты сейчас переставил?
Да. Целый день.
Я бы сейчас короли даже выкинул, да ты его переставляешь.
Не-не.
Да ты нам не рассказывай, ты уже все.
Он только сеты боится разыгрывать. Ему кажется, что ему толкнули сменку.
Ты же с ним не был за столом ни разу, откуда знаешь?
Играл вчера. Все.
Где
Целый
вчера?
уровень.
Мы игрались.
Целый уровень.
Сейчас перерыв, да, получается, через 25 минут?
Чего надо?
Может, позавчера.
Скажи, пусть пас.
Позавчера не мотивировал.
So there's a discussion happening right now behind the scenes that many of these folks thinks that Yamada is wearing children's sunglasses.
Давай, давай.
Children's.
Гоняй. Бат, пас.
Which makes sense because they're probably cheaper, right?
Американцы.
Like if you have a little
can-
face.
You can buy a lot more
Right.
replacements already.
Raise 34.
Looks like Vitkind's on a little bit of a heater.
6, 10 plus.
Ван тоже
1
пас.
plus.
3 in a row.
Up over 750,000 chips.
Yeah, still below average, though. We've got the 2 big stacks at the table, Tronovsky and Garvam, who've both got more than $1 million. Tronovsky, of course, closer to $2 million right now. Everyone else has a sub-50 big blind stack. The average right now is around 50 bigs. We've got 3 players hovering in between 20 and 25, and then, of course, Elke, just over 10 big blinds.
Big line's coming up for him, so he's going to need to look for a spot really soon.
And, of course, only 24 minutes left on this level. Then the blinds go up to 10-20.
Boy.
Do you know what? After Monte Carlo, where we just saw so much disappointment and the look of what could have been in Elke's eyes, I don't think I can go through that again.
6 plus, 7 plus.
Really need him to double up and get back in this game. Really need him to make an even deeper run.
I need that just to get over Moneymaker. You're our only hope.
Garvam has raised under the gun. He's made it 33,000.
By the way, Chris Moneymaker tweeted just before we started that he and Elkie made a pact to final table together. And I was like, this will be the most quickly broken pact of all time should one of you go bust.
Sure enough.
There's no chance Elkie's going to be like, sorry, guys, Chris and I made a pact. I'm out of here. Just take my chips.
Yeah, Chris did not do a good job. Don't ever make a pact with Chris Moneymaker. That's what I learned.
So Garvam's raise called
Can't trust him.
by Butba in the small blind. By the way, Said Garvam, when we mentioned this when he was on our feature table earlier this week, he's from Tehran, runs a sports betting company. We've seen him on the tour before. In Prague at the end of 2016, he finished 84th in the main event for nearly 14,000 euros.
He's doing better here. And looks like the small blind's leading. No, he's c-betting here.
Yes.
Representing that ace-king, ace-queen type hand.
30,000 into 96,000.
That is a call. Now, Randy, I want you to pay attention to Garvam. At the back of his head, he's got a real sweet ponytail back there.
Yeah, is that right?
And at the end of this hand, I'm gonna give you a what-if question.
All right. Come on, let's see it though. It's that angle.
They've been denying me a peek at this sexy ponytail all day. I like it when a bald guy has it. Oh, go ahead. No, do analysis instead of this ponytail talk.
It looks like an ace-jack, ace-queen type hand to me. Flatting from the small blind. Not enough, not strong enough to go all in, but you know, good enough to call against the under the gun. When he check calls a flop, betting now. Does he really have a hand like king queen offsuit that's bluffing? Maybe, but a little bit unlikely.
Well, Butba has decided to lead for 60,000 after it went check on the turn. 60,000 into 156,000.
It's a small bet. It's kind of like, please call me bet.
It's one of those situations, Randy, where yes, it's a small bet, but it also represents a decent chunk of Butba's stack. He's left himself 276k behind.
Yeah, so that leads me to believe that Butba shouldn't be bluffing here too much.
Yeah, I don't think this is a bluff very often either.
Garvam gives it up. Still got more than $1 million. Butba up to $500,000.
We did get a peek of the ponytail. Randy, how much money would you be willing to pay for Said Gavam to paint a portrait of you using his ponytail as the brush?
How much money would I pay for that?
Yeah.
That has got to be one of the weirdest questions you've ever asked, and trust me, it's got competition.
All I can think about is like just having like a sexy little painting party, a couple glasses of wine, and just letting Gavam paint me with his ponytail like one of your French girls.
Maybe like 300 rubles.
300 rubles. I hear 300 rubles. Anyone beat that? Anyone on Twitch? Anyone on Twitter? I don't know if he's willing, but if I get the price up high enough, I will ask him.
Yeah, sounds good.
Elkie's all in. Elkie is shoved from under the gun +1 for 179,000.
The good news is we're gonna see it.
179.
And Butba on the button has asked for a count. It's about 40% of Butba's stack.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
He calls. He does not reshove.
Yeah, so we got the blind still. But looks like they may be out. They are.
Yeah, both Troinovsky and Garvam have folded. So let's see it.
Tens.
And Elkie's got it in with ace-king, so it is a race, a classic race at the feature table. Elkie's tournament life on the line. He needs to connect. He needs one of his overcards to hit to survive.
Classic race like the Beatles versus Rolling Stones. Team Pro's not faring well against 10 so far today.
Don't tell Elky that now.
I mean, the 10s did get folded in Moneymaker's hand, but it didn't matter.
Сейчас будет проблема из-за того, что десятки. Можешь посмотреть?
Oh, it's a king-high flop, and Elky
Wow.
obviously is ahead for now. However, the straight draw for Butba. Aces and nines working for him. 7 cards that Elky will need to fade on the turn and river to survive. Mal 5.
That looked suspiciously like an ace at first.
No ace, no 9, and Elky doubles up. 7 cards to fade, 6 on the river. Elky gets the double up.
Ни мы, ни Gypsy.
He's still in this thing. Look at the relief on his face.
He really
He's like,
cares.
not again.
And Elky is no longer the low man at the table. Elky now has 24 bigs, and Bubnov, Yamada, and Butba are all below him on the leaderboard.
James, I know you probably said this already. What was his exact finish? It was right around here is all I'm saying.
Yes,
and I
it
think
was.
he's got to be pretty desperate to at least supersede that finish from the last event in Monte Carlo. Double up Elky.
Обсуждайте то, что десятки должны проиграть или десятки должны
Elky
выиграть.
came
Балансы
12th
есть.
in the Monte Carlo main event.
Got a little ways to go.
Нервно на это реагирую. Зачем нам ругаться?
Мы тебя услышали.
So we are still
Наоборот, должны говорить, что десятки
seven-handed on both tables.
А вы мне мастер.
A reminder that when we get to 9 players, we will do the final redraw of the tournament and they will all take their seats on the main stage. We'll continue playing today until we're down to 6, and those 6 players will return tomorrow and play down to a winner. And we will have cards up coverage of our 6-handed final table here on PokerStars TV from 1 p.m. local time tomorrow. That's noon European time, Central European time.
Nopnot on Twitch says, Elky is a luck box all the time. I assume that this person hasn't watched poker since like 2011. Did you know Black Friday happened? Did you know that everyone raises small now? Did you know it's not cool to 7-bet with 8-5 off anymore? What else should we catch up on since 2011?
Vikind has raised and been 3-bet by Bubnov. And I can't imagine, Randy, that considering he's playing a 20 big blind stack, Bubnov is 3-bet folding that often.
Yeah, usually most people aren't 3-bet folding here. So Bubnov looks really strong here. If I was Bitkin, I would not re-raise all in with like pocket 5s or something like that. I would just let it go.
Что это нам дает? Зачем это нам нужно?
Randy, I noticed you're calling him Bubnov. I like to call him Boobnov because I love boobs.
Poop.
Кто-то мог видеть.
Of course you do, of course you do.
And what's the controversy here? Well, Vitkind has folded. The shove gets through. And before the start of play today, we actually spoke to our spin and go qualifier, Timo Bubnov. Now, obviously, Bubnov only speaks Russian. So he's mentioning here that he won his ticket via a spin and go. He's saying that he is an amateur player, not a professional, and is not aiming to be a professional player. He considers poker more of a hobby than a profession. Obviously, he is thrilled to make a deep run here in Sochi and is thrilled to be playing against some great players, some of the best in the game. And he is being railed by his wife. His wife is here in Sochi. She is going to rail him if he makes the final table, and all his friends are back home supporting him, watching the stream.
She's going to rail him if he makes the final table. Well, that's an incentive.
James, I have to ask, is that actually what he said, or did you just make this up on the fly?
Genuine translation provided, obviously, by our Russian commentary team. That was not something that I am able to do, unfortunately.
I was like, James, did you download Rosetta Stone overnight?
I figured it would be useful. I figured that, you know, with 10 out of the final 16 being Russian, it would be a good idea if I,
Even though it was translated into English by the Russian commentary team, James still had to read it because I don't know how.
Wow. Looks like we have got four-way action here, Randy. Vlad Troianovski raises from the cutoff to 35k. Garvin calls on the button. Yamada calls out of the small blind. Elke calls out of the big blind. Ace Jack Deuce on the flop. 2 diamonds. It's been checked to the pre-flop raiser.
And pre-flop raiser's gonna bet it. It's gonna looks like, usually you don't really see bet here with just pure nothing. Usually someone has an ace in their hand, at least. So if I was Vladimir and had like, say, 7, 8 of clubs, I just would not bet here. It would just be kind of wasting chips, in my opinion.
So when he bets 75,000 here, when he continues into 3 opponents, you give this bet some weight.
Yeah, it's usually like an ace, a flush draw. At worst, like king, queen, but that is even a little bit far-fetched, I think.
What if he has a jack, a hand like queen jack or king jack? Do you think he just checks it here?
Some people bet it, but I think most people would actually just check it because, like I said, you assume someone has an ace a lot. I think he showed an ace there, yeah.
Sure enough, after his 3 opponents folded and Vlad moves over the 2 million mark, nearly 130 big blinds.
Great stuff, Randy. Thank you.
It's good to be right. I remember I've been on the commentary and was wrong, and I'm like, oh, I feel so dumb right now.
But obviously when you're doing that kind of analysis, Randy, you're talking in general terms, like most of the time, or most players. And obviously there are going to be exceptions to that.
That's what I tell myself too.
That's one of the best things about the game. So obviously we have had our audience playing poker while watching the stream, while watching the action from Sochi, and we've had our spin and go competition where we've been giving away tickets to the spin and goes that are running on PokerStars, or will be running soon, for the Barcelona PokerStars Championship. After this next hand, we will tell you who the 10 winners from yesterday were. We set people the challenge to win a hand of real money poker with pocket threes. Everyone who submitted their answers, you were all put into the draw, and we did pick 10 winners, and we'll announce those 10 winners after this hand.
6, 6, raise. 35. 7 pass.
Спасибо.
Yamada raises the button. Vitkin defends his big blind. Ten, 9, 4 with 2 hearts.
Чешут профики.
Even though we can't understand them, I do love how much these guys are talking. It's cool. It's nice to see them. They seem to be having fun.
And one thing I kind of like fear that by pointing this out, I'm going to jinx us.
Yeah.
But when we get to this stage in a main event, the pace of play is normally quite slow.
Don't say this.
But these guys...
Well done.
These guys are making quick decisions, but I don't think it's going to change. I genuinely believe if we do see someone think about it, it's because they've got a big decision.
Check.
6, 8, bet.
So with no continuation bet from Yamada on the flop, Vitkind leads turn for 38,000.
Yamada wastes no time putting a stack of chips out there. Yeah. And he's pretty much pot committed after pushing that stack out.
Yeah, Yamada has raised to more than 100,000. And it's a virtual all-in, right, Randy?
Here.
I mean, how often are people ever betting this and leaving and then folding if they're put all in?
It's very unlikely, especially like on a card. Yeah, it's just like, who would raise fold here? I don't know who.
But he doesn't necessarily have to be super strong, right? Like, there's a bunch of draws he can have.
There could be a bunch of draws, but usually you expect when a short stack has the draw, they kind of want to push it all in sooner than later, just because there's not that much downside to it.
Dane Ridley on Twitch says, to be fair, Russian players in general are nice and fast-paced players. I can't really think of any habitually bad tankers except for that one dude who was stalling to get to the money a couple years ago, but that's one guy.
That was so a few years ago. Come on, Joe.
It really was a long time ago, too.
So this is a spot where obviously Vitkin is going to think about it because he knows Yamada's made a move that pretty much puts his tournament life on the line.
Yeah.
Randy, what's the lightest you call here?
Excuse me?
What is the lightest you would call with or put Yamada in for the rest of his chips?
Well, if I had say a crazy cool flush draw like Queen Jack of Hearts or something, I wouldn't raise all in here expecting to always get called. So I would actually just call with those hands.
Well,
But
Vitkin,
I don't think I would go with like 9-8 offsuit. I'd probably just fold.
yeah, Vitkin has folded. Yamada's virtual all-in gets through. He's still hovering around the 25 big blind mark. Elky sitting on 20 bigs. Side Butba, the low man at the table with 18 bigs. Trinovsky, not just the table captain, but also the tournament chip leader with more than 2 million. Okay, as promised, we're going to reveal the winners of yesterday's Spin and Go competition. Congratulations to Ace King 1397, Caldemus, Bootneck McCoy, V Compy, Zions, Jack and Baku 14, Askiv 19, TT Poker 96, Deadly SWAT, and Triens. All 10 of you will receive a €10 Spin and Go ticket. Hopefully you can spin and go to Barcelona. Meanwhile, we are going to reveal the details of today's competition. It's the same deal. We want you to fire up the PokerStars client, and we want you to play real money poker. Doesn't matter whether it's a spin and go, a cash table, or a Zoom game. And we want you to win a hand, and then send us the details. So question is, what are today's hole cards, Joe?
I'm waiting for them to show. What are they? I don't know.
Today's hole cards are 7, 8 of clubs. 7 of clubs, 8 of clubs. Those are the whole cards you need to win a hand with today. And then we need you to send us the evidence. Tweet a boom link or a screen grab. Make sure you include the hand ID and the hashtag PSC win. You've got until just before midnight tonight. And we'll reveal the 10 winners tomorrow.
Is that what 7C, 8C means? 7 of clubs, 8 of clubs?
Yes.
I always thought that was like a glitch, like when all this time. Oh, so like S is spades, D dot. Oh man.
Yeah.
That's going to make it so much easier now for you to follow hand histories. Now you know that.
Now I have to follow hand histories, though.
So Elky's involved in a hand here, by the way. He raised the button. Bubnob defended his big blind. Elky continues flop. And gets a fold. So we are at 14 players right now. 2 eliminations so far. We lost Mikhail Rudoy on the first hand of the day. Shortly after that, sadly, we lost Chris Moneymaker in 15th place. Elky, the last team pro remaining in the main event, playing around 25 big blinds, but the blinds go up in 5 minutes to 10,000, 20,000.
So James is getting unfairly trolled in the Twitch chat right now because he pronounced one of those screen names as Deadly SWAT. Now,
Yeah, I heard that too.
I will say that it was pretty clear, I think, that it's supposed to be Deadly Sweet. However, as much as I don't want to defend James, the guy did also use the number 3 to replace the letter A in Deadly. So for James to use the 3 to count as an A for Deadly SWAT kind of makes sense. Unless the dude was trying to make his name Deedly Sweet, which is possible.
Crucially,
get off his back is all I'm saying.
If you use numbers in your screen name instead of letters, I will say it however I want. Letters exist for a reason, for constructing words.
Well, I think that D3 Delay Swift 33T is owed an apology.
He's going to get a €10 ticket. That's more than enough. Well, Randy's going to stay with us for one more hand. That last hand was raise and take it for Yamada.
Do you think when he was, or she, was creating that screen name, they wrote out, like, Deadly Sweet, and they were like, no, something not right about this. And then they, like, take out the 2 E's and put in 2 3's, and they're like, got it.
Well, clearly Deadly Sweet was already taken. Clearly. You gotta make the adjustments.
Nano
like
Noko's got... Is there any zeros in Nano Noko, or are we using letters there?
We're using letters, though.
Exactly.
No one took it. No one took it.
Randy!
So action folded around here to Timur Bubnov. The last remaining spin and go qualifier folds the button, so it's round to the blinds. Butba in the small, Troinovsky in the big. Oh, my bad. I missed the fact that Yamada limped under the gun +1. Huh.
Mixing it up.
Done your business.
I don't know whether this is anything you ever do, Randy, but what kind of hands would Yamada be flatting with from this position?
Maybe a little pair, Queen Jack, King 10. I mean, it's something I see people do. I'm not a fan of it, but sometimes people like to try to get in cheap with like a little pair.
So Butba gets in cheap, Troinovsky gets in for free, and Butba's going to lead this ace-9-6 flop. Troinovsky folds. And Yamada folds. Randy, thank you so much for joining us. I'm not sure what time of day it is in your part of the world.
1 p.m.
Oh, that's not too bad. That's perfectly
Yeah.
acceptable. Thank you very much. And again, we appreciate the analysis. We appreciate the commentary. And hopefully we'll see you on the circuit again soon.
Will do. See you guys.
Bye, Randy. I also appreciate Randy's friendship. Dane brings up a good point, and as long as we're talking about how people come up with names for things, do you know how they came up with a name for Canada?
Oh, God. Sadly, Joe, you haven't got time to tell that story right now. There's only 1 minute 30 till the first break of the day. Save it for the next level because Matt Broughton will be in the booth, and I just know he is so eager to learn that fact.
Matt loves a good story. I'll wait for Matt. Matthias tweets in to say that he just won the Pocket Threes challenge. I hope he means that he heard his screen name announce that he had won, and not that he won a hand today with Pocket Threes, because it's too late for that, brah. We're on a 7-8 of clubs, Pocket Threes, so yesterday. Butba. I love it. At this table, we have a boob and a butt.
So Butba's made it 35,000 from the button. And Garvam folds the big blind, which means we will squeeze in one more hand before the break. And obviously before going on break, we need to make sure that play is concluded at the other table as well. A reminder that we are keeping tabs on that table and will bring you significant action. Two tables of 7 remaining right now in the Sochi main event.
Какая отгадаешь?
Именно на баттоне?
Когда начинали просто в кэш играть, карта как-то
И не
запала
проигрывал,
в
да?
душу и ни разу не проигрывал на баттоне, с ума свел всех.
Король 10. Да?
Ой, я тоже про король 10 подумал.
Elkie under the gun, folds.
10-9 червовые.
Вот как я плохо выкинул.
Everyone at these last two tables, well, for the last few days, has been so friendly and in a good mood. I'm going to have to pretend like this never happened so I can keep talking about my Russian stereotypes.
So it's a raise from Bubnov.
Тогда бы у меня было 3.
Перерыв, да?
And a fold from the button and the blinds. So play has concluded at the feature table. These guys are going to go on a 20-minute break. Just need to check and see if play has concluded at the other table. Yes, it has. So that brings the first level of the day to an end. And when we come back from break, we'll be kicking things off at 10,000, 20,000 with a 3,000 ante. So the first level of the day saw the elimination of Chris Moneymaker, but it's also seen the ascent of Vladimir Troinovsky, tournament chip leader with 2 million. It's also seen a double up for Elkie, still in danger, but now playing around 20 big blinds. So join us as the final 14 play down to the final 6. More action after this 20-minute break here on PokerStars TV from the PokerStars Championship Sochi main event.
Гранд открытие года. Сочи казино и курорт. Незапрещенные удовольствия.
Action at the feature table is on Dan Coleman. Pocket fours under the gun. He raises to 45,000. Finger and Trinovsky are folded. Seidel's on the button, and we haven't seen his hole cards.
Come on, Seidel. Grow a beard. Also show us your hole cards.
Well, whatever he has, he thinks it's worth a call on the button. Martin Jakobsen in the big blind has ace-7 offsuit.
You probably got no choice but to defend a medium ace here, even though you can't love it.
He calls as well. We're going three-way to the flop. And that flop has a 4 on it. A set for Coleman.
What's Martin doing? He should be checking here. This is bad timing.
He leads the flop for 77,000.
I like a flat call here from Coleman because I think Martin's donk leading this flop with a bad hand way more often than a good one. So if Dan raises, he probably gets 2 folds way too often, which you don't want. You want Martin to keep bluffing.
Coleman does just call. And Seidel folds. We'll never know what he had. 10 on the turn. Jakobsen now with a gut shot.
Martin's probably never going to get a fold here unless the board runs out so badly for fours that it makes his hand actually win.
He's betting again with just 9% equity. 155,000.
There's not much more reason for Dan to fold now than there was on the flop. 7-8 got there.
Once again, Coleman just calls. 627,000 in the middle. 1 card to come. And that card is a king. A set of 4s are good.
Yeah, I don't think Dan's ever folding. Hopefully Martin just gives up.
He bluff shoves.
Or he just blasts off. Probably not going to work.
Quick call from Coleman. And Jakobsen's out.
Yeah, you probably got me
Let me just calmly take a second before exiting this 50K tournament.
Martin Jakobsen, the eternal bridesmaid on the European Poker Tour.
Good luck, guys.
He'll be off to Vegas in November to compete at the World Series of Poker main event final table.
That was nice.
Huh?
That was a gift.
It was sick. Sick. I've never seen him doing something like this.
Yeah.
I had another sex dream, a post-apocalyptic dream where Liv was in it and the bad guys were kind of using her as their sex slave.
Stop dreaming about me, what the hell? Like,
I don't know what it is.
I guess it's kind of nice that if you are going to have post-apocalyptic dreams that at least there's some kind of sexual pleasure involved in it.
Timothy Adams is currently 9th in chips, and he's just 3-bet Sorel Mitzi pre-flop. Adams with kings. Fabian Quass wakes up with ace-jack suited in the small blind.
This hand is actually a little light to be 4-betting. This could cost him.
He does 4-bet, re-raising to 135,000. That will get rid of Mitzi. Action back on Adams.
Does he 5-bet or does he flat?
Signs point to 5-bet.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, 5-bet.
A re-raise to 210,000.
Super small 5-bet. He's giving Fabian really good odds to make this call and take a flop.
Quas does call.
Right around 5-1.
Nearly 500,000 in the middle. The flop is ace high. Quas now an 88% favorite.
And most of the time he's going to check here and let Adams keep firing.
Quas does check, and Adams checks behind. King on the turn!
Nightmare turn card. I'd still be surprised if Fabian lost a ton here.
Quas is officially drawing dead. Check, check, 6 on the river.
Both guys playing this perfectly. Adams checks back the turn, assuming he's up against some kind of big pocket pair or medium ace that's not going to call off a whole stack anyway.
Quas checks for a third time. Adams going for value, 202,000. Quas shaking his head.
Fabian thinking through the hand, analyzing it, maybe taking a look at a Quas section.
He called the 5-bet pre-flop. He hit top pair on the flop. And he lets it go! What a fold!
Excellent disciplined fold. Assumed Adams never plays a bluff that way and correctly lays it down.
I mean, how can I even play in this game? It's like I just get cheated. I'm hand after hand after hand.
It's a 7-bet jam!
You're the greatest, buddy. Hold on, let me get your signature.
It's a queen! And it's a double KO! It's a bluff!
Come on!
Ship it to mama.
It's a roll flush for McAllister! And it's over!
I have no words, James. No words.
Is this real life?
Pocket 10s for Daniel Negreanu. Wow, what's that, 4x raise?
More than.
Ready, Paul? Ready? Holy misclicks.
The small baller accidentally decided to play with a bigger ball. Yep.
Eric Seidel with pocket kings will 3-bet to 210,000.
Gotta wonder if Daniel might think Eric's 3-betting because Daniel had that little freak out.
Come on.
Whoops.
Ay-ya.
Seidel obviously calls.
Your misclick got me.
Oh, sick. Sick. That's kind of sick if you stick with tens too.
I know, right? Then I had to then it forced me to
Wow.
get a little crazier.
Yeah, because
Really surprised to see the shove there. Daniel almost always just calls in spots like that.
you're gonna hit a 10.
So, that'd be good.
Seidel is the player at risk, but Negreanu is a huge underdog here. Even bigger dog now.
Really bad flop for Daniel. Can't even hit any running cards to save himself. He's still got the same 2 outs he started with, just 3 less chances to hit one.
Now just 1 chance. Just 5%.
Sometimes that shove will make Daniel look like a genius. This time, not so much.
Seidel set for the double up. A 10 on the river!
You were right. Thanks, Tobias. I run good. I got him covered.
Gross.
All right, good luck, everyone.
Eric Seidel sent to the rail in horrific fashion.
I thought you were right, too, but then it started to look scary.
Daniel busted him in the PCA super high roller also. Brutal. Believe it or not, shoving, being wrong, and getting there is part of what makes that play plus EV.
All was good.
You still have to account for the 20% of the time you're going to win, which is considerable.
Oh, that was fun.
It's very easy for me to spawn new games while we're live on Twitch.
I just want to know when James said that he can spawn tables and tournaments like as often as he wants, if you guys at home had the same mental image I had of like the alien queen from Aliens, like spitting out PokerStars sit and goes James's face on it.
If only it were that exciting. Blind still 50,000 and 100,000 with a 10K ante.
They both got okay stacks, so this could go on for a while.
First hand sees Altagot on the button in the small blind with King 8 offsuit.
Heads up pre-flop is generally a matter of preference and style, and my guess is this kid's style is going to be a little loose.
So raised to 200,000 and Mercia defends with a suited Queen 8.
And not that this is loose, by the way.
King 9-5, top pair for Altagot.
Altagot can continue for value.
Mercia checks to him. And Altagot continues for 200K.
And this is where heads up can get tricky. Jason would sometimes actually have the best hand here with Queen High, but he would often have decent equity, especially with a good turn card.
Mercia calls. We go to the turn. And it's a great turn card for Jason. Picks up a straight draw and a flush draw. He checks once again.
Not much reason for Altagot to stop betting.
He will fire again, 515,000.
Jason's hand is way too strong for him to fold. Ruh-roh.
Jason has counted out a check raise to 1.21 million.
I think this raise might look like exactly what it is. A hand that picked up equity on the turn.
Altagot folds.
Wow, folds top pair with the quickness. Definitely more of a deep stack cash game play than a tourney where top pair is a little more important. When you're handicapping heads up matches, you can't go too wrong in picking the guy with more chips. He's always just a hand away from winning.
Good point, well made. 6 deuce offsuit and a button raise from Altagot makes it 200K.
See? Loose.
Mercia with 8-9 defends.
Easy call. 6 deuce in bad shape for having live cards.
The flop, ace 8-7 with 2 hearts. Mercia checks second pair. Altagot checks behind. Mercia improves to trips on the turn. He's got a lock on the hand.
Max with no pair and no draw.
Mercia now leads for 260,000.
Yeah, Jason's leading here, hoping to get 2 streets of value. And Max is in real danger of ending up playing the board here.
Those are the 100K chips. This is a raise to 700,000.
Max is raising, hoping it'll buy him some extra fold equity, but no. Tough to get your opponent to fold when you're repping his hand.
Mercia deciding how fast he wants to play this. He decides just to call.
He wants to give Max another chance to bluff the river.
Inconsequential 10 on the river. Jason checks.
Brilliant check by Jason. He knows Max is going to bet here a lot more often than he's going to call. And when he does call, 8-9 won't always be good.
Max bluffs again for just over $1 million.
Jason's almost always just calling here.
Call.
He does just call. And wins a huge pot.
That was a super play by Jason. In fact, it was actually super B. Superb.
Call me the champ. Here to take back what's mine. I'm about to get in their head. This is me getting in their head.
Hello, my name is Kevin Hart, the winner of the Super High Roller Tournament.
Wow.
What are you seeing over here?
Weakness, Daniel.
Weakness?
Weakness.
Poker players think they better than me. They not.
Ooh, when this rush comes, ooh, it's gonna be like a tsunami. Let's just address the obvious fear on a lot of these players' faces.
Nothing? You don't even look at me.
It's all mind games.
What's your deal? What's your problem?
Everything I do is to jump in your head.
That boat, take it! Fine. Fine. All right, fine, whatever. Fine, take it. I don't give a
I'm in everybody's head right now.
All right, that's it. I'm only playing aces.
So now is when you separate the men from the boys.
Poker doesn't go slow when I'm at the table. Seen that hand twice. Easy. Easy.
And I'm gonna tell you something. Looking around, I'm the only goddamn man in here.
But I want you to put a lid on that damn stinky butter. All right?
Smells so good. You have no idea. I don't know what you're missing, man.
I'm not drunk. That's the good thing about me. What the I'm trying to portray a drunk image just to get you guys off your game. That's like out of the devil's ass. Like, how hot? Oh my God.
What is your deal, Joe? Like, what is your
It's all about the mind games. Huh? You wouldn't know. You're just a comedian, but
I don't
the mind
understand
games
what's
of poker.
going on.
It's a cruel world.
I'm Kevin Hart, AKA Mr. Whoop Ass. If I didn't have these glasses on, you would have saw me wink.
Hello and welcome back to the PokerStars Championship Sochi from the Sochi Casino and Resort. Oh, it looks nice out there.
Not as nice in here.
Not as nice in here. Slightly more moist and warm and unpleasant.
And that's just my skin.
That is the voice of Joe Stapleton. And I'm Matt Brown. And that is your featured table with only 14 players left from this field originally of 387 on our penultimate day. As we play down to 6. Vladimir Troinovsky had a great session already today, over 2 million. Blinds coming in at 10,000, 20,000 with a 3K ante. Shortest stack here, Said Butba and Yunda Yamada and Elki. Well, actually, do you know what? I'd started saying all the short stacks. They're all short stacks.
Yeah.
Bogdanov as well. We've got 4 players, 21 big blinds and under.
Upon further review.
Yeah, I kind of started at the bottom, and then as I went up, I realized actually we do have a fair share of the shortest stacks left here on our featured table. There is Said Elster left next to Said Butba. That's how it's spelled. It's actually not Said.
I'm a short stack, said Buppa.
Exactly.
So the story of today, Matt,
just
to catch you up on the bad news, Moneymaker out.
Yeah.
This is for him?
Not so good.
Good for me.
A lot of Moneymaker fans out there.
Да, видел первую карту.
А он говорит, пятерка пиковая.
По-моему, если
Still
не
can't believe
ошибаюсь.
that's his name.
Ну,
Crazy.
And the thing is, he made money.
Why? I know.
We play or we wait? You think that,
Yes, hello, my babies. Happy to have you with us. Twitch.tv/PokerStars. Get involved. Say hello. Swipe right. Tag your tweets. PokerStars TV.
What card did he think you see?
He said it's a 5 of spades.
5 or 6.
We're just
Пять
gonna
или
do the
6,
same
скажи.
information. What we're going to do is we're going to tell everyone that this gentleman thinks he's seen the 5 of spades. We're not going to expose the card, and we certainly can't give him a new card. We're going to continue the hand with the information.
No, but it's very close. 5, 6 or something like that.
But only he thinks he's seen it. We can't guarantee he's seen it. If we turn it over and look at it,
Always an awkward situation.
you know? So we're going to continue
When
the
you
hand.
think you've seen a card, but you can't be sure.
Right, and you don't want to not say something.
А?
Even worse, I mean, I'm not sure that's what happened, but you go, well, I think it was a 5 of clubs and it was the 2 of hearts. You go, lovely. Good to know that's out of the deck.
Sorry, everyone.
Вот так вот карта открылась, причем, конечно.
Like, sitting on the block.
Кто-то скажет тебе, что...
Just,
Я видел, что карта
having
поднялась, я
confirmation,
видел,
it
что
was Vladimir
маленькая
Troinovsky
черная.
was worried that he had seen
Зачем
one
мне?
of the cards of seat 1 as the dealer dealt.
He could also say himself, he could have seen and then said, oh, it's a 5.
Okay, no problem. For me, I don't care.
I think fight it out.
Ну что мне?
There are very
Bare
few-
knuckle or
bare knuckle.
Что это?
Until someone taps out or just loses consciousness. Sometimes in poker there are very few ways to settle a dispute other than just taking your top off and getting to it.
Let's just take tops off.
What now, here in the booth?
Yeah.
Alright. Good job that webcam isn't working.
See which one of the two of us really is more barrel chested. We both do a pretty good job of pumping that chest
Sucking
out.
it in. Sucking it in.
Me and Matt both have Captain Kirk bods.
I shall be rocking the Shatner girdle from 50 onwards. A human spank.
Vlad Troinovsky raising from the cutoff. Elke defending. Check 4-7, 2 spades, goes check, check. All the black out there.
Black currant.
No more checking. Troinovsky had a pretty cool first level. I mean, he must have had a rough week this week. 28 years old. It's not the years, it's the mileage, that's what they say.
He said 5 of spades.
Yeah.
Was that one of the potential magic missing cards?
Yes, it was. Yes, it sure was. No. Turns out he did see it. He just saw it in the future. Elke's like, you know what? That was annoying. I bet.
231,000 currently in the pot before Elke's bet.
95.
95,000.
This bet's gonna mean business most of the time, methinks.
We. That's foreign language for yes.
I thought you were saying we think that.
Oh no.
I said methinks, and you were like, we thinks.
We. Ironically, that also is true. I've accidentally given a double reinforcement.
У меня.
Вообще было просто.
Ну, я шестерку одну назвал,
да, и обе шестерки.
Вторую поднял, тоже шестерка. Что теперь с названными картами я должен играть?
Maybe there's 2 5 of spades in the deck.
Ну что это?
Ну, конечно. Да не, но не должны менять карты.
Let's remind ourselves what these guys are fighting
Просто в
over.
обычной ситуации 100% от замены карты.
Top prize of 29.1 million rubles. Right now the current payout is 1.8 for 14th place. Obviously the big money starts 4th upwards. This is to give you some perspective of what that equates to roughly in US dollars. So it's $500,000 for the winner, 326,200 for runner-up spot. 6th place upwards, all guarantees 6-figure sums in dollars.
Пока не было.
Не было.
Я имею в виду, что что-то произошло, она вскрылась, там видели, не видели. Я просто не видел с этой стороны. Могли бы послушаться.
Конечно.
45.
Sit 1, bet 45.
Возможно, если бы был PokerStars.
Can there be any better language to mumble in than Russian?
It's a good mumbly language.
Like German's too spiky. Couldn't have a good German mumble. It's too. English is the devilfish.
Yeah, English is pretty good too.
True. I think you need the right accent as well.
Can't mumble Spanish.
No. Yeah,
Yeah,
like,
it's too much passion. Yeah. Vitkin Butba.
Sit 8 check.
40.
Sit 1, bet 40.
Yeah, but we made it 45,000 to start with. Got the call from Vitkin. Continuation bet on a queen deuce 8 rainbow flop.
Всего 1300, да, где-то? 1400.
Pretty close to as dry as it gets.
Да, вот с этими вместе где-то 300 с копейками.
Sit 8 4.
Russian Gun on Twitch says, I don't understand what's wrong about talking Russian. You are in a risky casino and half them don't speak English. What are they supposed to do? They are allowed to speak Russian.
Yeah. No one has any problem with them talking Russian. I was making a joke about mumbling in Russian sounds like a really good mumble, like a proper incoherent drone. But then I would say the same of English, so I'm not being rude.
He may have been commenting on other people on Twitch.
Okay, yeah.
Complaining about it.
Yeah, it is unusual. I think it's because anyone familiar with our broadcast knows that ordinarily it's English only at the table, but here we've got 4/5 of the entire field were Russian. We're in Russia. It seems a bit imperialistic. So, no, everyone playing pounds. Pounds and shillings. Everyone, I got a top hat for everyone and a moustache.
You will eat these cheese toasties.
And at the beginning of the morning, we shall stand and salute the Queen. Prince George.
Everyone's driving on the wrong side of the road.
Sit 8 bet 55.
Go and stand in the middle of the road just going, what are you doing? Well, this is 55,000 for Vitkin, but by giving nothing away. You're just an absolute statue. He's just like, oh.
He's one step away from me, like, oh, boy.
He's got his pocket jacks. And he hates everything about life. Look, it doesn't.
Take them away, please.
I don't even want to touch them. They are filth to me now.
Christina should have been like, really?
Like, well,
really?
Pass them to me.
Pass out because you're so lifeless right now.
Dmitry Vitkin up to 723,000. Again, remind you we're at the 1020 with the 3K ante. Average stack about 830,000. Our shortest stack, Saeed Butba, who did not enjoy letting that last one go, down to 13 big blinds. A lot of support for the fact everyone should drive on the left, only because that way I could drive in more countries without being so scared. The only other country I've ever driven in my life, Australia. Drive on the left. Thanks very much. Very kind of you.
The only country I've ever driven on the left side in is the Bahamas. Because there's like, you know, no traffic.
And also, I never worry about having an accident in the Bahamas, because if I hit another car, chances are that car is just going to disintegrate. Because I know that I'm only going to drive a car that I feel is roadworthy. And the Bahamians' version of roadworthy is a long way off that. There's an enormous amount of string, spit, and goodwill involved in holding cars together on that particular venue. Bubnob's all in. And Elkie, who made a little cheeky, one of his standard min raises, lets it go.
Cinematic zoom on Elky.
Одной фишкой кол делаю.
Not shaved today.
А это надо.
Don't forget, this is only one of the 2 remaining tables left. We have some familiar faces. As always, when we get down to the last 14, we've pretty much seen everyone. This is our second table. Alexander Lakov has been good value over the last few days. Pavel Shershikov had the big chips. I got to be honest, bit of a slow play. I'm slightly groaning at the prospect of seeing him again on the feature table. Vitaly Lee, also seen him in action. Dania Ubakirov, excuse me. And then we got Lian Ni at the same table.
Lian Ni.
Always handy. And the big Kak, Nadar Kakmazov, has also been more than active in the closing few days here. And Oleg Shebotarev.
My Shebotarev.
So, remind you, or perhaps tell you for the first time, if you're not familiar the way this works, we play down to 9, and then we have a redraw. The last redraw of the tournament gets the remaining 9 players all onto one table. When that becomes 8, that is our official final table, and our plan today is to play down to 6, and then we come back tomorrow with our cards up coverage. That'll be from 1 p.m. local time, 12 noon Central European, 11 a.m. UK time.
I can't believe it's almost over.
Yeah. I'm glad that the bubble is back to being our second day of broadcast.
It didn't feel right those
No.
other days.
To come in on day 2 and then immediately be looking at the bubble and activating the whole Pope, and, you know, I just felt like the following day was then a bit of a, well, what are we doing here? Well, we're just playing through.
It's kind of like if your work week added a second Wednesday. Because, you know, day 3 drags without the bubble.
Yeah.
You needed sort of the bubble to get you through.
Yeah, and also it's like it feels like everything. You know, we're going to play down to the last 16. We're going to get to the final table. We're going to do. Whereas on that, we're going to play five levels of consistent poker with the blinds going up and nothing.
I guess rather than adding a second Wednesday, let's say that like in your office they do lunch for you on Wednesdays, right? And it kind of like gets you through the week. You're like looking, you're like, well, I'm at the middle of the week now and things are kind of a grind, but at least there's like free lunch today. And it's like they took that lunch and moved it to Tuesday night instead of having it Wednesday afternoon. And you're like, oh, I really needed that to get me through my Wednesday, because then Thursday's, you know, then the end's in sight. Friday's easy, last day.
Yeah.
But, so I'm glad that free lunch is back on Wednesday where it belongs.
Right.
This extended metaphor with almost 0 laughs has been brought to you by our new sponsor, Lunch on Wednesday.
Oh no. Not another one.
Partnered with dinner.
Again, sadly lacking because of the shorter days.
Yeah, we haven't been able to drop any dinner plugs.
I'm going to pick this one up for you, boys and girls. Elky raised it from the hijack, 40,000. Got the call from Vladimir Troianovsky defending the big blind. It was a king, 10, 8, 2 club flop. Check, brought the ace of hearts. And when Vladimir Troianovsky checked, Elky bet 45,000. I'm going to try and do a better job today. There are a few people on my little Twitch cast last night saying I'm back at work, so I'm only going to be audio only, going to be using Twitch as a radio. So we'll do our best to actually bring you a decent idea of what's happening in the hand. I can tell you Vlad has called. There's 201,000 in the pot, and now another ace, an ace of clubs. 3 clubs down on the board, 201,000 in the pot.
Очень удачно. Я первый день сел, говорят, уже $124 съел. В плюсе выпало. Легко получилось.
So Troianovsky had been very passive throughout, called the opening raise, and then either checked or check called. Elky is starting to burn through these valuable last chips.
85.
What?
85? Yeah.
What's that?
8,000?
Okay.
85,000. 85,000?
Well, the good news is that Vladimir does not look immediately thrilled. I mean, the good news for Elky, should I say. Unless Elky got there and actually wants the payoff, who knows?
Split.
Call.
He does call him off. We're going to get to see Elks.
No, it's mine.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Man, ordinarily, yesterday, Vladimir Trojanovsky seemed to just constantly get there on the river. This time he got there on the river and the turn.
And pre-flop.
And pre-flop. And in fact, he was only behind really briefly post-flop. And that was the one street that cost him nothing. What a genius.
Bad run out for Elky, thinking 2 aces in a row coming out there meant Vlad was less likely to have one, which it did statistically. Unfortunately, Vlad did have one. Elky down to 14 big blinds, not the shortest stack of the table. Syed Butba has 11 big blinds.
Sebastian came through on hashtag PokerStars TV saying, normally the nationalities at this stage of the main are very mixed. How was the national distribution of the field overall? If you'd seen the pie chart, it was a big blue Pac-Man with Russia written on it, and then lots and lots of tiny, tiny nationalities in between. It was about 4/5 of the field represented by the local gang.
It was basically Russia swallowing up most of the other countries in Eastern Europe, which is, as we know, history repeating itself.
It was both a metaphor and a factually correct graphical display of what was actually factually happening. Trojanovsky on the up and up. Makes it 54,000. That's really interesting. The disparity in choice of opening raises by some of these players. Aces.
Well, that explains it.
Elky constantly sticking with the min raise.
Vlad Trojanovsky really having himself a day today. Up over 2 million in chips. Won several pots last level, especially one gigantic one. He's really putting everyone else in this table in a bad spot. He's got over 100 bigs. Second place at this table, Syed Gavam with 50 bigs.
A comfortable lead. That little close-up of Vlad there, I'm pretty sure if Vlad went full beard, he would be an absolute shoehorn for Game of Thrones.
Oh yeah, that's a great shout.
Not shoehorn, shoe-in. Shoehorn's the thing you used to put your shoes on, isn't it?
Yeah, we would not have to shoehorn him in.
No.
He'd be shoed in.
Good question here on Twitch. Why do bald guys always have ponytails? That seems like a paradox. Like, if you're a bald, you couldn't have a ponytail. What you mean is, why do balding guys just focus on the one bit of their head that still works? Which in itself is the answer. When you've lost 95% of your coverage, if there's 5% that's really still going for it, you're going to maximize that.
I can still grow hair, thank you. Check this out.
It's like the guys that get the Patrick Stewart, they get that crescent bit, and then they let that grow long, and they just look like an open university professor or a homeless person.
Not you, though, Sid Gavam. It works for you.
No, he seems to actually be quite comfortable in rocking it. This was just limp pre-flop. Gavam just called in from the small blind, and Yamada allowed him to do so from the big blind. 8, 7, 5, 2 diamonds. Gavam was check called a 30,000 bet from Yamada.
I like to picture, Matt, that he does paintings with it.
Nice.
He's like, no, this isn't fashion. I use this. Check out this watercolor of a pony.
Ну, в Сочи, конечно, прямых нет, да, наверное, рейс через Москву.
Real hold'em board out there. 8 high. Yamada chucking out a stack of chips. About 80. 80 it is.
Куда? Москва? В Европу. Москву, в Европу.
Bet flop and turn now.
Нам привычно. Понятно. Какие варианты? Да.
I mean, the thing is, in a limped blind versus blind pot, this kind of a board is golden. 8 high. You got your 2 pairs. You got all sorts of wonky connectors that are never going to get there by the river that you can invest all your chips in. You're gonna, you know, you've got great justification to blow a bunch of your chips, and then go, why did I get involved? Why didn't I just fold my small blind?
This is a classic big blind hand for me, right? You got 6-7. Flop comes 5-8. She's like, well, I gotta call. Turns a 5. River's an 8. You now have 2 pair. 7 kicker. And you're like, what the actual... Boop?
And here comes the 6 of diamonds. So now we've got 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3 diamonds down, 281. Neither of these players looks thrilled.
I think this is an action card, honestly.
This is the card that both players have been absolutely praying for.
It definitely improved someone's hand. I think Yamada did not need to improve. And I think this hand improved Gavam. He's at least going to represent that fact. And gets an insta-fold from Yamada, who now somehow is stacked shorter than Elky. Elky with 12 big blinds is 3rd from the bottom at this table.
I mean, he's going to feel good about that, Joe. Brackets. No. Yeah, we got 3 shorts here. 10, 11, and 12 big blinds respectively for Yamada, Butt, and Elky.
Good comment here on Twitch from Bearded. It says, don't you talk about my Mata.
Yamada.
Yamada.
Hey, how's Yamada?
I like it. Let's find out some more about Sayed Gavam.
Yeah, he's going to do quite well here. Total live earnings recorded of $73,500.
35, huh?
Best main event result. Last year in Prague, got 84th spot. Picked himself up 13.8 thousand euros, 35.
Huh.
Do you remember being 35, Joe? Must feel like a long while ago for you.
It was.
I remember looking 35. It was just the other day.
Still
looking 35 forever.
You must get under 35 sometimes, right?
I do.
I think I'd go 32 for you. It's probably your go-to.
On a good day with a bit of a tan and the light underneath me rather than over me, which is not something that naturally occurs very often. I will at some point just it'll be like Raiders of the Lost Ark. There we go. Matt looks quite young for his age, and then I'll get to like maybe 48 and just dissolve.
Just fall apart.
Just a vampire in the sun. Just dust will blow away.
Elky in a very crucial pot right now, defending his big blind. I assume that if he had the kind of hand that was going to connect super hard with this, the money would have gone in pre-flop.
I agree.
I think this goes check, bet, fold a lot.
Yeah, Gavan made it 42,000. Elky defended from the big blind. Ace, king, jack. Ace of clubs, jack of clubs. And you nailed it, Joe Stapleton.
Woo! You should have heard Randy Lou earlier, nailing all the hands.
Really? Did you discuss the origins of his nationality's naming?
I didn't because James thought you might appreciate the history lesson more.
Believe it or not, it's actually something I'm familiar with, but I get more pleasure from hearing Randy hear it than from hearing it myself.
You know, I forgot that Randy is my guy for that.
He really is the original recipient.
Well, because Russia is quite close to Canada in some parts. Up at the top over there. On the Alaska side.
There's a lot of it, isn't it? It stretches.
Yeah. Action's folding around to Vladimir Troyanovsky.
Swing.
Who, by the way, I am hoping makes the final table, along with Elke. No offense to anyone else here, but Vlad has been a mainstay on the tour for as long as I can remember. I genuinely can't think of a time where I've ever seen him play badly. And I've said for years now that if he didn't have a name that ended in SKIY, he'd probably be way more of a household name in poker, but it's just that because he comes from a different part of the world than the rest of us, I think he flies under the radar a little bit, but he is very good and very consistent.
Well, we are going to get to find out what Yamada and Vitkin have because we are going off to the board with an all-in and a call. Ace-8 off for Yamada, Ace-King off for Vitkin.
It really does like you saying Yamada.
Yamada.
Domination Nation. Yamada dominated.
Don't talk about Yamada.
My Mada.
Don't stand up or do stand up. I'm never sure which is the more effective.
Actually, neither one has any effect whatsoever on the cards. King Eye flop, less than 1% chance Yamada can win this.
Joker, of course it does. Magnetic fields.
Well, that's what he looks like over there.
King high, King 3 deuce, King hits Vitkin 97%.
GG.
That locks things up, so we are going to lose our 14th spot to Yamada. 13 remain in our main event.
My Mada didn't even enter this tournament, Matt.
Well, Yamada's out now.
Out of where?
Out of Russia.
Good luck.
Good luck, guys. Thank you.
I mean, is anything I've just said incorrect?
Yeah, my Mada didn't even come to Russia.
Well, Yamada's out of Russia then.
Well, it's true. It's a weird thing to bring up, but...
Yamada not in the main event of Sochi.
John, your business.
1.8 million rubles. Now hand that to him. You have to move very quickly because they're made of chocolate, and if you've still got hot hands, they will melt. I understand.
It's everywhere.
Rubles, the currency you can eat between meals without ruining your appetite. And good news for Vitkin, who is closing in on the million mark now. 979,000 for Heath. 1.2 million for Sayad Gavam. And Vladimir Troyanovsky is still top of the table, 2 million.
100%. 100% блефовал.
Открывали?
Предположили так.
Тут тоже он блефанул. Зафлатил им.
Так, сейчас я буду на большом блайнде, попрошу никого не воровать мои фишки.
Elke is all in.
Hold on to your butts.
Just the blinds to go. Dmitry Vitkin and Timur Bubnov. The only players that can go for this, it looks. Looks like that's going to get through.
Hold on to your butts. Let go of your boobs. Boob enough folds.
Elke's still with us. Playing like a champ. Gonna nurse this small stack. Hey, boys and girls, you could play like a champ because we're bringing the biggest online tournament on the planet to the live. It's an on-live tournament. Not entirely sure about that term, but we'll go with it. Because the Sunday Million is turning into a semi-online, semi-live thing. Is you can play online in a Sunday Million, qualify, get in the money. Well, not qualify, you know, get through day one.
Cash.
Survive day one. Cash. And then head off to the King's Casino in Rosvedov, where I'm incredibly well known and very popular. because of my previous appearances.
It's true.
Online day one start from June the 18th. Mine is €215. Then the live day ones also available at the King's Casino from August 24th. That has a buy-in of €220. The whole event from August 24th to September 3rd. So once you play online, if that's the route you choose to take, and do survive and cash, and then you can get your affairs in order, sort out your travel, get yourself over to the King's Casino.
I'm really curious to see how this goes.
It's going to be pretty amazing.
Like, how many people don't go, do you think?
How many people just cash, but just don't want to make that second part of it? I don't know. I mean, do you know what? I think probably the more obvious question to ask is how many people play it not realizing. Because
right, like let's say you just play it normally, right, from Canada.
Yeah. And then go, oh, what? What's happened? I've got to go to where?
So we're both promoting this, but also it's a bit of a warning.
Make sure you know what you're getting involved in. But I think it's quite an interesting idea. Massive field online, and it gets whittled down to then a massive live tournament. It's a good thing.
All right.
But all in, over the top of Troinovsky's opening, excuse me, not opening, his continuation. Made it 42,000 pre-flop, and now a continuation of 40,000.
But.
The funny thing is, we keep looking at Vlad, look like he doesn't like it, and then he always calls and always has the best hand. It's an under-the-gun raise pre-flop from Vladimir. It's a big blind defense. It kind of feels like it's backwards. The check raise.
Not this time.
No.
Ну, кровопийца, выбрось сразу, если уже думаешь, что выбрасываешь. Зачем ты мои нервы кушаешь?
Happier now.
Vlad Troinovsky will not be wiping the butt.
And, I mean, he'll be devastated. He's slightly under 2 million. Unbelievable bad fortune for Vladimir Troinovsky there. Still top of our table. 98 big blinds with 56 minutes left on the clock.
У меня аж провод нагрелся.
Близко к тому, что по шансам. Надо было чекать. Думал, что он с таким стеком...
I've no idea why Punisher just keeps posting Elky is getting pretty low. Yes. Yes. And then a few minutes later, Elky is getting pretty low. Yes. Elky continues to descend in the chip numeration stakes.
He is the shortest at the table now.
Under the gun +1 for the next hand, so it might be that this is an opportunity for him to get him in there if that's what he wants to do. If anyone knows what Elky should do, it'll be Elky. But no, he folds this one. Big Cam folds. Timo on the button.
These guys all having fun here, goofing around.
Wow, a walk. Don't get too many walks when you've only got 2 tables left in the main event. Elizabeth Davidson saying Elky's last hand, I saw him hold his breath. Keep breathing, Elky. Keep breathing. I totally forgot to breathe, so sick. So unconscious.
Собирай ты крупные, я мелкие. Знал, что в 13-м не выйдет.
Feel like we need some background music.
Да?
Just a little bit of elevator music.
Tetris music.
Good shout. Can't afford it.
Yeah, what if... I feel like that might be public domain.
You reckon?
Here's how I feel about it. You can go on musicnow.ru and buy any American or British album for like 99 cents. Why are we going to not sing the Tetris song if we want to, huh?
What was that website again, Joe?
I made it up, but you know what I'm talking about.
Blind on blind. Vladimir Troianovski just limping in. We'll see how to give him. Let him. Yes. Thank you for your question. Being asked by Knight on Twitch how many blinds for Elky. Elky's sitting on 12 right now. Not involved in this hand. Also worth mentioning that this is a 6-handed table. So of course, blinds and antes coming round, chewing away at those short stacks faster and faster. Table of 6, table of 7.
You know, Vlad's working this like a bubble of sorts.
Yeah, well, it's a masterclass, isn't it? We saw, ironically, Elky do this back when we were on the money bubble. Elky was sitting on our feature table. He had a decent stack. Everyone was really clamping up lots of short stacks, and Elky was the player that just got involved. Punished everyone. And here's Vlad just throwing it around. Back over 2 million now. Having a nice time. Nice friendly table. In fact, that's what we've got to say. A lot of chat at pretty much all the feature tables we've had. No idea what they're talking about. But as long as they're happy, we're happy. Timo folds. Mr. Butba.
I think Vlad's been talking about what he's going to do with the money if he wins, and he's going to open up a duck sanctuary for injured ducks. He's got a thing for ducks. Apparently.
Do you know what? My will, it's all left to a goat sanctuary. So, do you know what? I got a lot of time for the duck sanctuary idea.
I feel like ducks and goats could be friends.
I took a look around my family and went, nah, I think the goats would do better with this. There's not a lot of it, but I'm pretty sure the goats will appreciate it more. Butman made this 45,000. Elky called. Here comes our flop. Ace, Jack, 4. Ace of hearts, Jack of hearts. Check, check brings the ace of clubs. Another elbow check from Elk.
Let's do a quick competition.
Bet and a fold, and I'm afraid to say Elky does not take this down and is now in single digits blind-wise. 198,000 means 9 big blinds. Side butt up to 376. What's your competition, Joseph?
This is for Twitter and for Twitch. Just tell me what you think these guys are talking about. And if it tickles me, or it tickles Matt, we're going to send you a prize. We'll send you, what's it cost to play, like, $5 spin and go? Is it just $5, or is there a...
I don't know. It might be, is it $5.50 or
We'll send you $6 in
Just to
T
cover
dollars if
ourselves.
it tickles us. So, what kinds of funny things are these guys talking about?
That's a chimney. That's a dangerous chimney, Butba. That's all I'm going to say. That's a shorter stack. This will be Oleg Shebotarev on our second table.
I do
playing
wonder if he has showered at all this week.
just 375,000. So that would actually put him in between Elk and Butba if he were on this table, but he is not.
So far, not seen anything I love. They're talking about vodka, rake, collusion. Meh. Looking for something a little more creative than that.
They're talking about Yamada. Is an entry here from Jesse.
All right, that's wetting my whistle a little bit.
A lot of rude things as well. Be nice, all right? We're a friendly community of poker enthusiasts.
They're talking about how to cook the perfect soup. There we go. Okay.
Why not? Mr. Vladimir Troianovski has made it 45,000. Now we are around to Dmitry Vitkin, who looks like rather than just defend his big blind, he is going to aggressively fire back. Okay, so it is going to be a 3-bet to 130,000 on the schnoz.
Fun fact from Iconoblast, who says that the Tetris song is based on a Russian folk song, so it is public domain.
Yeah. Nice.
They're debating their role in the Eurovision Song Contest from Gibraltar.
Man, isn't it just scary when the guy with 2 million says, and how many have you got? You were sitting there with your 800,000 feeling pretty strong. And then the danger player with all the chips starts going, what flavor are your chips? Is that mint?
Boy, those chips sure would look good in my stack. Look, I got room for them right over here. I was going to put a new addition onto this side. And they would go perfectly with the structure I already have built.
Yeah, an annex. Call has been made, 288,000 in the middle. Let us take a flop. Queen, 6-8. 6-8 of clubs. Queen of diamonds. And Vitkind out of position, defending aggressively the big blind. $115,000 into 288. And
so he's repping pretty strong here. He is 3-betting before the flop, leading this flop that you don't really expect the big blind to connect with very often. He's repping a made strong hand. As far as hands, he's repping ace queen, king queen maybe, but I'm thinking he's repping more hands like aces and kings, queens. Vlad going nowhere.
Third club, the 4 of clubs on the turn, 4, 6, 8 of clubs, queen of diamonds, 518,000 up for grabs. I feel like you've slightly abandoned your own competition.
Well, the hand got interesting, so that's all. I just want to talk about this hand a little bit. We can go back to it. I guess one of the worst hands he can be ripping also is, flush draw. If he just so happened to catch good on clubs. But then it goes check, check.
Yeah, check brings the jack of spades on the river. Pocket tens with the 10 of clubs, by the way.
That's what you like him for.
Yeah.
The Guessatron.
Guessatron plopped out. Gonna be wrong on this occasion. Very rare. Aces! There you go.
I believe aces was one of the 400 or 500 hands I threw out there.
Yeah, I mean, I
possibility.
think you kept it down to 6 or 7, so I mean, you're still pretty good for the money. The thing you're doing wrong, Joe, is you're not just picking one and saying it out loud. And
I know that's
just,
what the pros do, is they just pick one specific hand.
Still did okay there, still made a bunch, and gets him up into second spot behind Vladimir. He's just leapfrogged over Sayed Gabam there with that little coup. 1.2 for Gabam. 1.22 for Vitkind, and Troinovsky 1.8 mil.
All right, this one I kind of like.
Uh-huh.
For Macaulay. They're talking about whether taking the hotel soaps and towels is stealing. That'd be a lively debate.
Yeah.
They want you to take the soap.
I'm not sure about the
towels. Not as much.
The flip-flop, if there's free flip-flops, then they're fair game in my mind. You know, when they give you some little...
Do you take the slippers?
Do you know what? I don't, because I don't have a need for them, but if I needed them, I would take them.
You would take them.
I would take them. Whereas the robe, the dressing gown, no.
I like to take the shoehorn.
Really?
Yeah.
See, that feels like a premium item that's very easily, okay, security, I'm in room 1112, the shoehorn is gone. I repeat, the shoehorn is gone. Hairy man in the left holding a shoehorn. Tackle him.
They want you to take the iron too, don't they?
No.
Really?
No, and the ironing board, again, that stays, typically, stays in the room.
Well, the ironing board I get, because it's very difficult to get it in your luggage.
Whereas an iron, obviously,
The iron-
that's super, just pop it in the rucksack.
They want you to take the iron. The iron, the remote control. Anything not nailed down, really.
I've always wondered why you travel with 2 suitcases, one full to the brim with tight t-shirts and one empty. It's just to put all the luxury items in. We're going multi-way to this one. Troinovsky made it 40,000, got the call from both the small and big blind. Oh, excuse me, and Gavam as well has come along for the ride. Superb. Four-way, very rare beast to see here. 953, shaping up to be a great Badugi hand. Do tune in next Monday, 7 p.m. UK time. 178,000. Checked round so far. Back to the original pre-flop raiser, Vladimir Troinovsky. He who bets wins, Rodney, but it's a curious flop, especially four-way. Both blinds came along. Gavam. Gavam.
So I'm going to give $6 in T-money to Macaulay because we got a little legs out of his suggestion.
Yeah.
Turned into a fun bit.
Thank
we'll
you.
read some of the Twitter suggestions after this hand, which is fairly interesting. Four ways.
Three of a kind is my guess for Gavam. Again, just pick a hand and go with it. That's what I've been taught.
Yeah. No, I don't know if that's...
No? Oh. So you saying the reason I'm not a successful poker player is probably down to that?
I'm not saying it.
But you're hinting that
yeah,
it's in
I'm
the mix.
strongly... Well, you know what? Pick a guess and go with it. Pick a meaning behind what I'm saying.
You do think that's what's happened?
Maybe.
Wow.
Don't put me on a range of meetings.
Wow. That sounds like your decisions when it comes to relationships, Joe. Don't think about what might be going on. Just make the best guess that suits you and go with that. Well, now this is getting proper fruity. So the continuation bet of 60,000 from Troinovsky got called by Gavam. And now we see here a raise to 215 from Vitkin. Fresh off the back of his last win. Vladimir got to worry about Gavam behind him. It's not looking like a great position, and he lets it go. I'd be more worried about Gavam's 3-5s. Disclaimer, may not have 3-5s.
Hey, no, pick a hand and go with it, buddy. This would be a bad fold with 3-5s.
Yeah, he knows that he's up against 3-9s and very wisely lets it go.
And we can never prove you wrong, Matt.
No. Apart from the fact I'm pretty sure I saw a non-5 card in Gavam's hand there as he folded. Let's let that one go. And now chasing Vladimir Troinovsky quite close. 1.489 to be specific for Vitkind and 1.696 for Troinovsky.
All right, so let's see what Twitter has to say about their conversations. What kind of things are they talking about? Alcana says that they're playing blind chess. Pawn to c6. Bishop to c6.
Ah, that's a pretty tricky thing to do. I love the fact Serene says obviously they're trying to guess what I had for breakfast. I've failed to bring a competition. I haven't had any breakfasts that accidentally made like a penguin or a happy pig or a, you know, just nothing. Nothing has worked for me in the breakfast. Just had porridge this morning. It's very hard to do anything with that.
Alex is saying they're talking about how great my idea is of including Forrest Whitaker's Ghost Dog with John Wick 3. But wasn't Forrest Whitaker? Oh, no. I see where you got that idea because there's that Lawrence Fishburne scene where he plays a character very similar to Ghost Dog.
Are you spoiling anything here?
I don't think so.
Okay, that's fine. I just thought ordinarily I tune out, but I thought if I'm hearing stuff that's going to spoil
There's
my
no
enjoyment.
plot. I wasn't going to say anything from the plot. I'm just saying that there's a character in that is very reminiscent of Ghost Dog. Bubnov's all in, gets through.
Cheeky ace. Hope you're enjoying these guys playing the pokers. You too could be playing the pokers. Why not spin and go your way to the Barcelonas? If you've been with us the last few days, you know that we are inviting you to play Real Money, Cash Zoom, or Spin and Go. Today's hand to win with is 7, 8 of clubs. 7 of clubs, 8 of clubs. If you can win a hand, you don't have to win a whole game. Just win a Cash Zoom or Spin and Go hand with 7 of clubs, 8 of clubs. And then you must get to us on Twitter. Either a screenshot of your hand or a boom link. Include the hand ID and use the hashtag PSCWin. Do that by a minute to midnight tonight. And then we will draw 10 winners at random to get a €10 Spin and Go Barcelona ticket. Come join us. Join me in Barcelona. We could hang out. We could have breakfast together. We can't. By the way, I don't do any of those things.
I'm going to give away another $6 to Gibraltarian on Twitch for his suggestion that they're discussing the order they would be revealed if all the players at the table had to make a human Russian doll.
Nice.
That's funny.
I like that.
Craig says apparently they're saying apparently they have a fold button as an option on the computer when playing online. Must be a software glitch. They're talking about who would win in a fight between Foghorn Leghorn and Norm Macdonald's Colonel Sanders character. They're discussing the greatest Bond films. They're trying to guess what the waster had for breakfast. Squee.
Somebody did point out that if you were here in this environment where it's 4/5 of the field of Russian, any conversation about Bond films, of course, Bond is the villain in all of them.
That's a good point. And I'm going to give $6 in T-Money to Man Bear Pig from Twitter. It says they're debating if Sex and the City 2 is superior to Sex and the City and who at the table is the Samantha of the group.
Yes, that's definitely worth at least $6. Well done. Vitkin is on the raise again. 45,000. 36 minutes left on this level. Do you know what? I'm so nervous about that stack. Bubnov. Not. Sorry, Butba. It's making me very nervous. It looks like that has done the job.
Butba sounds like something Judge Judy would say to someone to get him to shut up. Butba. Butba. I'm the one doing the talking.
Exactly.
Butba.
Less talking, more listening. Young man. Love Judge Judy.
Was it you when we worked together in Edinburgh and you 400 episodes of Judge Judy recording?
As soon as I walked into my apartment, I just fired up the Sky and just found Judge Judy and just Sirius linked in. Of course, there's 16 episodes of Judge Judy per hour to be found on satellite television. So yeah, I did end up leaving. Whoever was the next person to come into my apartment would have said, let's see if what the previous guy... Whoa! Big Judge Judy fan. And then I invited Joe around and we ate all of the food that Nick Wealthall left behind. I somehow made all of the food, literally every single thing he left behind, into one omelette.
All of those organic eggs and bacon that had come from pigs that had been massaged and fed only spring water. Jaboy Doge on Twitch asked, does win a hand in regards to the spin and go competition include if action is folded to you in the big blind?
Yes.
Yes, indeed it does.
Yep. Doesn't matter how you win it with a bluff, win it a showdown, win it pre-flop, as long as you are holding the 7 of clubs, 8 of clubs. That'll do it. Get a screenshot. Boom us a link. Remember, very importantly, the 2 key things people tend to get wrong, which are the most important. Make sure that we can see and you include the hand ID, and make sure that you tag your tweet, not with the standard stuff. Hashtag PSCWin. Don't send it to me or Joe or James privately. That might just get you disqualified. And don't send it to the usual tweet. Is PSCWin for those competition sit and go entries. If you want to chat with us, as you are doing currently right now, thank you very much for all of your input. Hashtag PokerStars TV, or we're on twitch.tv/PokerStars.
Matt, one hit to win on Twitch wants to know how many BB Elkie has.
BB for Elkie equals 7.
It is always coming 7. And Queen of Uncool says, no one's using the hashtag PSC Sochi. Where are these jokes? By the way, the happy guy with the tall blue stack is the Samantha of the group. Queen of Uncool, we're using the hashtag PokerStarsTV. That is the hashtag for all of our communications. So no matter where we're at, you don't have to change the hashtag. Elky all in for his 7BB. Small into big. I really feel like there aren't that many hands you can fold here. Yeah. Vitkin. Oh, I thought he said call.
Didn't say a word, Joe.
Someone said something.
Less talking, more listening. Badba!
Badba! There it is.
Man alive, this is for Elky's life.
Is that 2 paint cards that he tanked for even a second with?
Not quite, but close. Would now be a good time to go to the other table and watch a hand that's just like ticking over?
We're going to stay here.
Okay, we are going to stay here.
I
Confirmation.
believe.
So it's the Queen 10 for Vitkin versus the King 9 for Elky. Elky ahead, but not by much.
Do or die time for Elky, everybody. Even if he doubles up, he'll still be the shortest stack at the table.
Well, Elky does move up to a 76% favorite.
Vitkin with 6 outs to crush Elky's dreams. Feels bad, man. 10 on the turn. Elky in danger of being eliminated. He has 11 outs.
Yeah, we are looking for a 6, a jack, or a king, or we say goodbye to Team Pro Elky. 6 jack king. 6 jack king. That is none of those things.
Man, that is annoying. Live cards do in the Elkster. So seek.
And we are down to the last 12. We've also finding ourselves with a 5-handed table, so we will no doubt shortly gain a player from that second table still in play. Over 2 million rubles for him. Maybe he can make those into a necklace.
Elky went out 12th in Monte Carlo, 13th in Sochi.
I feel bad for the Nightbot because so many people were asking about Elky that there was just an automatic response, and now that's going to have to be removed and rewritten, and that's one of the saddest things to see.
Not quite as sad as Elky's face right now.
He has not had a very pleasant day at the office.
Don't touch me.
Don't pretend we're friends and that I care.
Get your hands off me.
So we
Get your hands off me!
We are going to wait to have the tables balanced, find out who is going to be our new friend, find out where they sit, see how that changes the dynamics. He's tweeting, I just knocked out Elky. He's been waiting. 11 years ago, Elky managed to knock Vitkin out of a StarCraft 2 global competition. Vitkin went into a huge spiral of depression. No one would talk to him. He lost everything. Oh man, that is a dreadfully sad.
What is he? He's just sitting at a table by himself?
Oh man. See, anyone want to say that Elky doesn't care anymore? Nah. And if you go with them, yeah. They give you some money, well, whatever. Yeah.
Excuse me, sir, this table's reserved for non-losers.
Oh.
Poor Elky. We love him. Love him to bits.
But let us not forget, a champion showing there. 13th spot out of 387. As already previously mentioned, fantastic back-to-back cashes. And I mean, the guy, he's made our feature table so many times, and that is the sign of a real pro. Incredible coincidence. Oh, and I've got some good news for you, Joseph, because we are going to get back Alexander Lakov, who I have enjoyed thoroughly over the last few days.
I've noticed a severe lack of Lakov.
Yes, we've had a lack of Lakov on the featured table. We have addressed that Lakov. Of course, now the only problem is the other table has a complete lack of Lakov. So, you know, nature is balance. There he is. To the right of Vladimir Troinovsky, which is fun. Opposite our new big stack, Dmitry Vitkin with 1.74 million.
Give him a chance.
Vladimir on 1.6.
Sorry, Matt.
Я тоже.
Let's give Lakoff a chance to take
Так
his
что
bag
никому
off.
не давай. Если я дам, я тебе дам. Если ты
Come
дашь,
on.
ты мне дашь.
He can't play unless he's got a lack of bag.
Хватит уже фишек.
Give him.
What do you do?
Странно, прости. С корвалетом сыграл вообще.
Sounds like the magic word in an exotic show. Gavam! She is whole again. Sochi Casino.
1, 2, 3. Gavam. Is that your card?
It was!
Это уже не смешно. Все, я больше не могу.
7-8 of clubs. Unbelievable. Why don't you boom it to me with a hand ID or take a screenshot, hashtag PSC win.
Get yourself that €10 ticket. Question from Cameron on Twitter. Just joined the stream. Which 3 players busted? That would be the 16th, 15th, and 14th place finishers. At this point, it's 4 players who busted, so 13th as well. Thank you for your question.
You see there, Alexander Lukov comes in as equal 16 big blind short stack. He is going to break the $3 million live winnings mark with this cash here at the PokerStars Championship Sochi main event. Currently ranked 13th in the Russian all-time money list. He could potentially get up to 8th if he takes this down. Had 7 six-figure prizes during his live career. And a very entertaining and kind gentleman.
Неужели? Джентльмен, в тебя я верю точно. Какой джентльмен? Пас, пас. Что мне сделать? На это сюда показать или туда показать?
Boob versus butt.
It's all over.
Boob wins.
Надо вставить, да? Я знаю, что он не поставит меня на плохой карте. Верю, по крайней мере. Хочется верить, что остались честными.
Punisher says it's not going to be the same without Moneymaker and Elkie. Let's be honest, it's not that they were driving the chat at the table. They were pretty quietly just sitting, going about their poker. But yeah, it's not the same for us. But these guys all seem to be having a pretty good time. 12th spot's going to get over 2 million rubles also. Top left of your screen, a reminder of what they're playing for, and that top prize, it equates to over $500,000.
I think we might have lost any reason whatsoever for anyone to speak English for the rest of the tournament, however.
Yes, I think you're right.
So, that's it for English.
I mean, the thing is, you could really ramp things up by switching over to the Russian commentary as well. If you really want to immerse yourself in the local language. Vikin made it 45. And now it is Saeed Batba.
Batba.
Going to use some of that chimney of chips. A chipney.
Простите, у вас больше 300? Я просто...
Да, 400.
Ага, все, спасибо.
How many chips have you got, he asked. To which his friend replied, these many.
I have this many.
It's a King Jack 10 rainbow flop. Butler checks into the pre-flop aggressor Vitkin.
Vitkin very quietly crept his way up to chip leader at this table.
Мне не заходит тут 6 лет.
After knocking out Elkie.
Ты же не до конца. Ты же не до конца, да?
Алын, да, поставил бы?
Да.
Что подсказывать не можешь, сидишь рядом, как
Я
сосед.
еще свои не видел.
Говори.
Вдруг у меня тоже 106. А когда посмотрел, уже не могу.
Что, Дима, надо было ставить?
Алло?
Я им не верю, ты мне скажи правду.
Я бы не поставил. Наверное.
А ты закалировал
Gonna
было?
take a look at some of these
До
big
флопа.
stacks. Dmitry Vitkin sitting pretty with 1.8 mil.
Я думаю, тебя бы
Я не
совесть
знаю, там
замучила.
300 тысяч у нас?
Да.
Vladimir Trojanovski, no longer chip leader, but still very, very handsomely chipped at our feature table. He is sitting on 1.58.
Однозначно, видишь?
Туз 6 не битка, и, конечно,
Да,
надо было.
битка это в
Более
твоих руках.
Я 2 раза выиграл на ней.
Мастевые вообще.
Адские фишки.
Так сейчас
And
тоже
then
либо
out
ты-
on the
Решил,
outer
ты
table,
поставил,
Danya
посмотрю, как ты
Bakarov
поставишь.
has got about 1.6.
Посмотрю, как ты на туз 6 поставишь, Алло.
Слушай,
And a
ты сейчас
silky
эту
shirt that
шесть
matches his
радостно
glasses.
Поставлял и радостно покажу.
Сейчас понятно, если бы мы с тобой вдвоем остались бы, я бы тебе тоже поставил Беллин.
Я бы выбросил.
Here comes Bubnov again.
Yeah, one of our two short stacks here.
Даже не понимаю, что надо копить.
Ван пас. Ван лак, ты чистая.
У меня есть...
Туз 6 будет кол, видимо.
Как минимум.
У меня 6 аутов. Ой, да. 7 аутов.
3 и 4.
Ну, 7 аутов.
Почему 7? Когда мазь.
Jacob Tomas on Twitch says Trojanovski looks so much like someone I just can't remember who. Is it my cousin Jeff?
Oh, because we had that guy. It was Lakov. Looks a lot like your friend's
My friend's
dad,
dad,
isn't it?
yeah.
That's uncanny, remarkable likeness.
А можно официантку позвать, а?
See, if you're thinking of my cousin Jeff, then I totally agree with you.
The thing is, I'm surprised no one's mentioned it yet. We've not seen a lot from Timur Bubnov, but he looks a lot like a bigger version of that guy Adam that went out with my niece Michelle about 20 years ago.
Does he?
Really unbelievable. I'm surprised no one else has picked up on it.
Take your word for it.
Нет, ошибка.
Я открылся с первым, мне 3 бет поставил. То есть на кросс запушен, дефлоп.
Конечно.
Мне говорит, туз 6 надо двигать, потом верить им будем. Такой я не...
Позиция немножко разная.
Как вам верите?
Folding. Round to another of the short stacks. Alexander Lakov. Just the blinds then. Trojanovski and Gavam to get through.
Выкидывает, а туз 6 ставит.
Я не выбросил, да попал.
Not a fan of the walk.
Я на 3 бет
At the
сыграл.
very least, a limp in.
Не запушил ты его.
Gavam's going to count to 10, then check.
Знаешь, что такое свет запушил? Что?
No, good man. Reverse psychology there.
Пушит или
Can't believe that worked.
He's not counting, he's letting his ponytail grow.
Give it another 1.5 millimeters, and then I'm going to raise Trojanovski here. 65,000. Another 45 more for Vlad to play out of position. Blind versus blind.
Я не могу разговаривать без мата.
Почувствовал мэн потом.
Wow, Vlad folds.
Меня
Хороший.
пробили ауру.
Так и такой сайвик еще.
700 тысяч я провел.
Я видел. Я смотрел.
Да нет.
So in case you're wondering what kind of food they serve for the production team in Sochi, some folks got sushi with chicken bones, others got sushi with mashed potatoes. So,
bones.
Принесите нам водички без газа.
kind of a mashup.
Должен прийти.
Там вообще не было. Там его может быть туз 9.
Mash was good though, so you know.
Делай еще водички.
1 out, 2 ain't bad.
You're saying that
Остальные девятки надо так не сыграть.
they got the potato right in Russia.
А что он блеф-то там увидел?
That would appear to be what's happened, yes.
10.
Huh.
Ну, с такими фишками может не настолько, ладно.
Тут же кол был, если он
Я видел.
одного меня. Тут тоже может быть цепь.
Act a little slower, why don't you, Butba?
Butba!
One pass.
Takes a long time to look and a long time to part. I think he's working on the dealer personally.
С газами вот
And personally, I think he has no chance whatsoever.
с газами не буду.
А, просидеть вот эти...
Button for Vladimir Trojanovski. Lets it go. Blind on blind. Gavam and Vitkin. Things slowing down here a touch. I don't know whether it's just because of Lakov and Butba being so short stacked. And also everyone with an eye on the prize of at least getting onto the final table. Remind you, at 9 we redraw, get everyone onto one table. At 8 that becomes the official final table. We play to 6.
Matt.
Joe.
If you...
We're the only boy in the world.
Oh, all right. Yes, that question instead.
No.
How much money would you pay me to go down and try to chat the dealer live on the air right now?
I would give you
Так я показал 9-8 пик.
I would give you £10,000.
10,000 pounds?
I would give you £10,000.
Would you do 15,000 pounds?
Тем более.
А блеф, я считаю, что будет изящно сыграть это все.
Is that your price?
I think for 15 I would do it.
Okay. If you go down right now and chat to that girl, I will give you, and this is a live pledge, I would give you £15,000.
Oh, man. I just have to make... Well, it is more than I make in a year. So I'd have a year to find another job. Wonder if I'm breaking any gaming regulations that would maybe get me arrested.
I don't think so. It depends if you try and seduce her by playing slots against her. That would probably cause us an issue. But I've never seen you try that.
I
Maybe
just sit at the slots and look over at her.
We're gonna jump over to our second table because we have an all-in. This is gonna be Pavel Shoshikov versus Vitaly Lee. It's an all-in and a call. And Shoshikov with some cards. Sorry, I stupidly expected to see them there. That's an old commentator's error. There we go.
There we go.
It is aces for Shoshikov.
We've seen aces versus ace-king suited multiple times throughout this tournament. Super cold deck. I do feel like ace-king suited is due for a brutal, brutal suck-out.
Vitaly Lee is the player at risk with the ace-king. Oh!
It's gonna be real hard.
This is gonna be
ace-king win this one. Like, running kings.
Never say never, Joe.
No.
So we are going to lose the game of life. Just going to double check because they were both pretty evenly stacked. This could see us down to 11 players. Gotta be sure, gotta be sure. If it was your chips, if it was your tournament life, you'd want to be sure.
Slowly but surely, we're getting there.
Slowly determining a man's fate. And a slightly resigned nod of the head makes it look pretty confidently that it is Vitaly Lee out in 12th place.
Lee. I'm talking bustin' Lee.
I had a friend, Vitaly Lee. He put a spell on me.
He's Lee. Lee. Leaving the tournament area.
GG, good game. So just 2 more players until we will put all of these players around one table. That'll be the last draw we do. So however that draw takes, as we get down to the official final table of 8, and then our target to get to 6 for tomorrow. No more redraws. The order that is formed when we get to 9 is how they will continue to perform.
Just by 10,000.
Че, заладишь, да?
Thank you.
Woo! Ship the chips to Vital Lee. Lee.
Pavel. Doesn't make sense. Wow, isn't that awful? Just dragging all those chips. A dead man's chips to Pavel Shoshikov.
From Vitaly. That's the one.
Undersea Monkey is on hashtag PokerStars TV saying, I need to pop to the shops at some point. How long till the next break? 14 minutes. And do you guys need anything? Could you get me a jumbo Snickers? Or one of those bounty bars that's like, it's so long it comes in multiple pieces?
Tang Fastix. That's what I want.
A what?
Tang Fastix.
Never heard of
It's
it.
Haribo. So it's a type of Haribo.
Oh, okay.
It's the ones with the sugar on the outside, the sour ones.
Okay.
The Coke bottle, the rings. Come on, buddy.
I like the super mix. Lots of nice soft.
It's like Super Mix, but with the crystallized sugar on the outside.
Yeah. Not sure about this. 45,000 is the raise under the gun +1 from Gavam. All in from Bubnov.
One всегда pass.
Incidentally, worth mentioning that with that huge hand we just witnessed on the second table, Pavel Shershnikov now the new chip leader with approximately 3.3 million in chips.
Timur, Bubby. Jams for 538,000 over the top of the raise from Gavan, trying to isolate Blackoff. I think we're going to see a tank fold here most of the time.
Isn't most of the time an excellent phrase? It's just so handy.
I've grown to love it.
I mean, he's definitely folding most of the time here, and then he doesn't go, well, you know, sometimes they don't.
And this isn't one of those times. You know, should he? We'll see what happens. He is mostly never calling here.
Что, брат, вообще, блядь, такая хуйня идет? Как? Дама 5, 9, 3, 5, 2. Но сейчас, вот эти 14 минут, если продержусь, все, шанса нет. All-in, да?
5-3-8 cassette.
It's called all in, Joe. Most of the time he calls all in right now.
Most of the time, Gavam's going to fold now. Look, if I cared about being wrong, this has been the absolute worst profession ever for me.
Не сильно отличается. А? Ну, скорее всего, монетка, нет? Ну, блайнд, сам понимаешь.
So, lack of...
Ooh, we are flipping.
All in with my favorite hand to bust out tournaments with, pocket aces. Up against the ace king.
Pocket eights?
Yeah.
Like Rick Sanchez versus Ron Swanson, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage. Eights. Still good.
Nice dramatic delivery there from the colleague. Ace or a king to spoil the way this double up is looking. Oh! Why did I say that? I am so sorry.
It's kind of your job.
I know, but I'm so sorry.
You could mention how an 8 on the river would save Blackoff.
Сразу давайте сделаем так,
What do you take me for? Some kind of a fool, Joe Stapleton?
And now this entire tournament has a lack of Blackoff.
Yeah, a complete and utter lack of. He is out of here. Also, incidentally worth mentioning, is a bit of a boss online as well. He is taking down Sunday Millions, Scoops, Super Tuesdays. So I'm sure this is not the last we'll see of him. Even if we don't see him so much live, you can expect to see that name pop up again in the results sometime soon.
The good news is now he's free to go to his room and lack off.
Meanwhile,
it's all gone ballistic elsewhere on our outer table. We appear to have a three-way all-in.
What?
Laurenti Ni with the King-Queen, Nedar Kakmazov with Ace-Queen, and Oleg Shabotarev with Ace-Queen.
King-Queen suited looks like it's doing just fine after that spade on the turn.
So, I don't think we lose anyone there. It looks like everyone just ends up paying Oleg.
From worst to first.
Try and find out exactly how many chips you're in play and what this means.
I think we did lose a human right there.
Oleg doesn't look very happy for a guy who appears to have just tripled up. I could be wrong. Or am I wrong? A lot happened very quickly there, I'm going to be honest.
Does that take us to 9, though?
Oh, I'm getting apologies. We've been getting completely the wrong information. Almost everything I think we just said was incorrect on one or other level. You're welcome. I'm just going to go quiet until we actually find out something that sounds vaguely
From what
believable.
I could see with my eyes, King Queen suited did in fact win this hand, which was the worst hand.
And we do have an all-in triangle next to one of those losing hands. So I'm afraid to say it was not Oleg that hit the flush. Oleg is one of the players out.
His face makes sense now.
Yeah, there was me saying he doesn't look very happy for a guy who tripled up. That's because he hadn't tripled up. He had just left the tournament.
Tripled out.
So it was Laurenti knee with the flush that tripled up.
And we are in fact down to 9 players, which means we are going to redraw for the final time here in Sochi.
Yeah, we will bump everyone around one table. It's not the official final table. That will occur when we get to 9. This is how our current featured table looks. So Dmitry Vitkin, table leader, 1.77 million for him. Vladimir Troinovsky, 1.6. Sayed Gavam, just over $1 million. Shortest stack here, Sayed Butba, with just 10 big blinds, will be pleased to get onto a 9-handed table quite soon. Clock is going to be paused with 8 minutes still left. But we are going to a break. Join us after the break when we get all the players around one table here on our main event of the PokerStars Championship, Sochi.
Гранд-открытие года. Сочи казино и курорт. Незапрещенные удовольствия.
Nice to see a good number of spectators on the rail as 9-handed action begins. And chip leader Ryan Thayer will raise from under the gun with 7-10 suited.
This raise is looser than the admission standards must be at the University of Florida.
It's hard to get a read on somebody. You're so far away from them.
Nah, I'm pretty sure I've got a good read.
Shasilov calls with ace-jack from the hijack.
Fairly standard hand to call with in late-ish position.
The big table.
It is.
Yeah.
Hello.
You have me covered, right?
I don't know how much you have.
You have more than 5?
I don't know. I haven't counted. Whatever your mind wants is it's gonna perceive it that way. If your mind thinks I have you covered, I'm gonna have you covered.
Okay, so there's like Jedi mind stuff going on.
I don't know. All I know, it's on you.
This guy is a riot.
Along with jacks, will 3-bet to 280,000.
I like the 3-bet, but I think calling in position would have been fine too. And this should be an easy fold.
What did you start with, 5 million?
Whatever you want to think.
Okay, I can respect that.
You kind of have to. It's your line, brah.
God, I can't even get the raises.
Literally the first person that's ever had that problem.
So it's a 4-bet from Fair to 715,000. Action back on Jerry Wong.
All in.
He shoves.
Not sure that I would have shipped there. It's hard to get called by anything he's doing well against, and Jacks play pretty well in position.
Fair folds.
Guess it's better than getting bluffed off when an ace flops.
Wong up to 5.6 million.
Ryan Fair just gave away 750,000 chips on a final table bubble, though. Not advisable.
And he is no longer the chip leader. Action on Joel Micker. Ace Queen in the hijack. Raises to 105,000. Kings for Ryan Fair.
This could be it, kids. Here comes the 3-bet.
Sometime this year, I assume.
It's probably hard for him if he doesn't know how many chips he has.
He makes it 255,000. Folded back around to Micker.
And as deep as they are, it doesn't have to all go in before the flop.
Micker just calls.
And he is out of position.
The flop is all hearts.
Now it's going in.
I have the light right in my eye, and I can't see the flops.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Seriously?
This light is right in my eye.
Somebody get him his space glasses.
All right.
Micker checks.
Somebody at least read him the flop. He's betting dark.
Fair bets 325,000.
I'm guessing this is where it all goes in the middle. A lot of players aren't going to call out of that stack size.
Micker does call.
Interesting.
9 of spades on the turn.
Especially since you can brick the turn, and then what do you do?
Well, Micker checks a second time. And Ryan Fair checks behind.
Wow, got a free card on the river, and he got there.
It's a heart. The nut flush for Micker. The second nut flush for Fair. Micker checks it.
Fair's going to let him check raise.
Fair walks straight into the trap, betting 450,000.
I think when Micker does check raise here, though, his hand is going to be fairly face up.
Watch as the jaws of the trap spring shut. 1.1 million.
This is either always the sickest bluff ever or the nuts. And on the final table bubble, I lean toward nuts. Then again, I think Ryan Fair is also leaning toward nuts, but more like the crazy kind, not the good kind like you want. I also think I probably would have bet more if I were Micker. I think the min raise almost looks stronger, and maybe Fair will sense that.
Fair calls and loses a huge pot to Joel Micker.
Sort of a cold deck, sort of a bad call, really bad timing.
Get in.
At the start of 9-handed play, Ryan Fair had 6.3 million. He's now dropped below 4 million.
Oh, this is his normal pair.
You see how? But do you see how they're all dim? And then this one's the brightest. Yeah, like this, it's okay.
Blinds are up, by the way, 30 and 60,000 with a 5K ante. Action's been folded around to Jerry Wong. He'll look down at Queen 9 of hearts.
Kind of an auto raise when it's folded to you in this position.
He raises to 120,000. Joel Micker accidentally folding face up there. Ace Queen for Ryan Fair in the small blind.
Typically a spot for a 3-bet.
He does re-raise to 255,000.
Smallish 3-bet though, so Wong's getting decent odds to call in position.
He does call.
Wong's dominated but suited.
The flop gives Wong a flush draw. Fair in front with top pair.
This is a board you definitely want to continue on. Make sure your opponent pays to draw, and you can get just pure value out of top pair second kicker.
Fair will bet for just over half the pot, 345,000.
Wong's got no choice but to peel at least one street.
He does call. The turn card is the 5 of spades pairing the board.
Definitely a fan of Fair betting again here.
Looks like he will bet again. 465K.
This bet is pretty small relative to the pot, and Wong's super deep, so he can afford to peel again if he wants.
He does call.
A queen would be very bad for him, though.
The river. It's a heart. Once again, Ryan Fair gets rivered.
Well, at least he knows he can't value bet anything anymore.
He checks.
Wong's got the near nuts, so he should be bombing this.
He bets just over $1 million.
How much is it?
$1,075,000.
I call.
Fair calls.
Pure frustration call. When a guy asks how much it is and then doesn't even wait for the answer, it's not always the most well thought out plan.
Ryan Fair tilting off his chips.
How much is it?
$1,075,000.
And Wong is getting paid off more than my student loans, which actually isn't all that hard because I don't pay them.
Jerry Wong now the commanding chip leader with 7.4 million. Of course, Ryan Fair was the chip leader at the start of nine-handed play. He is now the short stack with fewer than 20 big blinds.
And if he wasn't tilting off his chips before, he might do it now.
Action on Wong. He folds. Roy gets out the way. Joel Micker has ace-10.
Pretty solid hand to wake up with in late position.
He raises to 120,000. Ryan Fair has ace-6 and shoves.
And this could be it.
The blinds both fold.
It's about 1.2 or 1.1.
This is for a lot of chips and a very important spot and probably the biggest moment of Mika's career, but this is an absolute must call.
He does call.
There you got me.
And Ryan Fair sees he is in horrible shape.
Fair is dominated. He's supposed to go broke here.
I like it.
What's there to like?
Who said life was fair? Ryan Fair.
The flop is King 10-7. Fair now drawing to running cards.
Good.
Almost impossible to come back from this flop and only 2% chance of a chop.
And he is drawing dead on the turn. An unbelievable implosion. Ryan Fair out in ninth. And we have our final table in the PCA 10 main event.
Heck of a character, that Ryan Fair. He's going to land on his feet, I bet.
I qualified from 82 euro satellite on PokerStars. PokerStars crew gave me a camera, which was awesome. Let's do this. Hey Daniel.
Hey!
I'm doing pretty good. Whatever thoughts I had with them out at the camera, and that was great. Being around players I've seen whenever PokerStars is being televised felt actually awesome. I wasn't really intimidated. When you sit at the table with a known poker player, you get the same cards, you get the same opportunities, you get the same odds. That's the beauty of poker. You know, I have a story for my grandkids. I free bet Jason Mercier and he deliberated and he folded. That was amazing. When I made the bubble, it felt awesome.
We're in the money of our poker.
In the money! My eyes were already on the prize. I wanted to, be on the final table and cash in 6 figures. When the whole tournament for me went to an end, it felt kinda... cut, it's done. I was unlucky. Starting from 82 euros and having the opportunity to play for €500,000 is a life-changing moment for sure. Where else does that happen?
Giev has 9-6 on the button. And he raises to 55,000. David Yan with Queen 10 of clubs.
This looks pretty, but it's not always a 3-betting hand, heads up.
Well, he does 3-bet, a re-raise to 185,000.
This is basically a raise for value. This tells me he thinks he's got a pretty big post-flop edge against Hajiev.
Ramin is not folding. And he's not counting out a call either.
It really is 2011 in here.
He pulls back his initial raise and sticks out a 4-bet, 395,000.
Now, first getting 4-bet looks pretty gross, but Hajiev's actually given David a really good price on a call with a hand that flops pretty well.
Yeah, and does call. 798,000 in the middle as we go to the flop. Well, Jan has paired his 10. Couple of backdoors for Hajiev.
Not really much of a poker face there, Dave.
Jan has checked to Hajiev, who had the pre-flop betting lead. Looks like we'll see a continuation bet. That's 340,000.
Bet's a little on the small side, should make a call pretty easy.
Yeah, and does call with second pair.
Second pair and a lot of chips in the middle already.
Yeah, nearly 1.5 million. 7 of diamonds on the turn, so Hajiev picks up a straight draw. Jan, however, is now a 9-1 favorite.
Neither player's got a pot-sized bet left behind.
The action goes check, check. The river is the queen of hearts. Well, it's 2 pair for Jan, but he can't like it. A whole bunch of draws just came in. He's checked Hajiev.
This is a card Hajiev could easily try to rep.
He has 9 high.
All in.
And he bluff shoves the river.
David's hand is far from the nuts, but I think he's got a call.
Cool.
He does call. And that's it. It's over. Just like that, David Yan takes down the EPT Malta High Roller.
Five, please.
She doesn't need to see a 5. She just needs to avoid the ace or the 6.
No ace on this desk.
She is now a 70-30 favorite here on the Italian Riviera.
And Carlson picking up a gut shot now. 4 more outs.
The river is a blank. Lifbury has done it. Jakob Carlson's the runner-up. Lifbury is the champion of EPT San Remo.
I can't believe that I've won this. This is incredible. One of those things I want.
Blind still 8 and 16. And action at the feature table is on Marco Koplemar with ace-4.
Steven Castrione loves Flappy Bird. New high score.
Koplemar raises to 3,500. Folded around to Grinder in the big blind.
Oh, Michael. You know, I once saw Michael play a hand with a deuce and a SIM card.
He calls, heads up to the flop.
So I've never fallen. Especially to you, no.
It's not personal.
Mizraki pairs his 5, 2 pair for Koplemar.
Now Koplemar's really hoping you never fold.
Grinder checks to the Estonian. Who's continuing for 3,600.
So far, so good for this kid.
There's the call from Grinder. Oh, Grinder improves to 2 pair, but he's still a 9-1 dog.
Best turn ever for Koplima.
Grinder now leads for 8,000.
I kind of like a raise here. The problem is he probably knows Grinder led with a set before, so maybe he doesn't want to get too nuts.
He just calls. The river. Here's another 8. Grinder rivers a boat.
This is beyond hilarious. How does he do this? Also, how does he not win every tournament? And you still love him.
He bombs it.
Really?
More than 30K.
You have it? As long as you don't got it, then I got it. Not to rep. Huh? 6-7. I'm 6-7. I'm not folded there. You will. So he wanted me to call. No, I want you to raise. Look how confident I look.
You always have a nuts when you pet pig.
I know.
Always. Almost always. Maybe not this time.
No, he does.
Good fold.
Nice, man.
You want to see it? I don't know if you want to see it. All right, you don't want to see it. It's pretty ugly.
And for the second time today, Koplima gets grinded.
I love this guy. Is that bad? The Grinder.
Down to 14 players after Vivek Rajkumar was busted by Doc Sands. Doc now playing a stack of 1.7 million. And he's raising here in early position, makes it 57,000 with ace-5 suited.
The doctor is in.
Perkins is out. Vanessa's not going to play this one. Fabian Cross on the button. Giving it some thought. Nah. Seaver gives up the small blind. Ivy has 5 deuce of clubs in the big blind.
This would be a very loose defend, but Ivy's quite deep, and so is Doc, so he can sometimes make a call here profitable, assuming he doesn't go cray-cray and 3-bet.
So, Ivy calls. And we go heads up to the flop.
Ivy not in great shape before the flop.
Ace-5-3, top 2 for Doc Sands. Ivy with a pair of 5s and a gut shot.
And that's actually kind of hitting this flop hard for this kind of hand.
He checks to the razor. Sands continues for 64,000.
Ivy's gonna have no problem calling. Pair, gut shot, backdoor clubs, sweet.
He calls. The turn is the 6 of clubs, additional equity for Ivy.
And that turn card is just awesome sauce for Ivy. Sands 2 pair still best. He's happy to keep betting for value.
Ivy has checked a second time. And Doc Sands will bet a second time, 177,000.
Now, Ivy can either choose to semi-bluff raise or just call with a pretty disguised hand. You're more likely to see Phil Ivy use a coupon than fold in this spot.
He's picked up his cards. Pump fake. Ivy cutting out raising chips.
Here we go.
He makes it 527,000 total.
Now, I think this semi-bluff might work against any decent single ace. This is a weird spot for Doc. He's not beating any value hands, since Phil's probably not even going to raise a worst two pair in this spot. But there also really aren't a lot of value hands possible.
All in.
Sands shoves.
Now who's in a weird spot?
It'll cost Ivy everything he's got.
Wow, this is amazing. Phil Ivey, ladies and gentlemen, is in a spot. Now, Phil thinks all of his perceived outs are live. He absolutely has to make this call. We know his deuce and 5 outs are dirty, which means he has to make his flush or a gut shot, which also won't always be good. Phil Ivey is kerfuffled. I think he's certainly regretting that check raise now. Doc's got to know he's ahead, but I don't know if that means he can relax or that he wants a call. Even knowing what the cards are, Phil's actually getting good enough odds to call, but the variance in this spot is massive. It doesn't matter what chips he counts out, it is all in to call.
This is the biggest pot of the tournament so far.
He's thinking about how this never would have flown in 2006.
Guess you could have that, maybe. Yeah, I'm not in bad. I'm not in that bad shape, but there's no way you have that. This is so. This one's funny. This one is funny.
Phil Ivey's been spending too much time with Daniel Negreanu.
Okay.
Surprising to see Ivy squirm like this. Surprising he didn't actually have a plan of what he'd do if Doc Sands came over the top of his check raise.
All right, okay, I'll call.
Ivy's gonna go for it.
Gulp.
5s and deuces no good. He needs a club or a 4 on the river.
So stupid I am.
Now he's been spending too much time with Yoda. Ivy does have 12 outs, which means he's going to hit a little more than 1 out of every 4 times.
It's a 6 on the river. We lose Phil Ivey.
Yeah, Phil. Thanks.
This time the Doc does take out the IV.
He's just won the biggest pot of the tournament so far. He now has over 3 million. He's the monster chip leader as Ivy heads to the rail.
I mean, how can I even play in this game? It's like I just get cheated. I'm hand after hand after hand.
It's a 7-bet jam.
You're the greatest, buddy. Hold on, let me get your signature.
It's a queen. Then it's a double KO. It's a bluff.
See if this is
Come on!
Ship it to mama.
It's a royal flush for McAllister. And it's over.
I have no words, James. No words.
Is this real life?
Welcome back to Sochi and the PokerStars Championship, the penultimate day of the main event, and we are already down to 1 table. Just 9 players remain from the 387 who started. We have lost Chris Moneymaker, we have lost Elkie, but we still have these 9 players in contention for the title, the trophy, and the first prize of more than 29 million rubles. I am James Hartskin alongside Matt Broughton.
Hello again, thanks for coming back.
So, Pavel Shishiknikov lost that chip lead early doors, but has reclaimed it in style. He has 2.6 million right now, more than 130 big blinds. Two players, Kakmazov and Butba, are in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
With 13 and 10 big blinds respectively. So here are the players in seat order. A reminder, this is the final redraw of the tournament. So everyone will keep these seat positions for the remainder of today and tomorrow. Obviously, only 6 of the 9 will come back for the final day. And cards up action here on PokerStars TV. So, Matt, I mentioned the fact that we lost Elke. We lost Chris Moneymaker, but we do still have Vladimir Trinovsky, one of the best-known Russian players, very high up on the Russia all-time money list, and I guess he's going to be the person that most of the locals are going to be railing over the next 2 days.
Yeah, and Joe quite rightly said it. If it probably wasn't for the fact that he's, you know, one of the Russian guys that perhaps hasn't got as much media exposure, he's definitely been a permanent fixture, one of the big names for us for years and years and years. So good to see him center stage. Interesting that he's 2 spots along here from Shershnikov, because 2 big stacks in kind of one of those seating draws where you know they're going to crash into each other fairly regularly. I feel a little bit sorry for kind of stuck in between them. You got Butba, who's been nursing his chimney of small chips for a while, so he's got a pretty tough spot.
By the way, apologies for the screw-ups during the first session today. We didn't see Chris Moneymaker's exit live, and obviously we had that confusion towards the end of the last level. Obviously, we strive to be the best when it comes to live poker coverage, but of course things do go wrong, and we did have some issues today getting information from the secondary table. The good news is we are now down to 1 table, so hopefully we've ironed out those gremlins by virtue of being down to 9 players. We do still have 8 minutes left at this level. Of course, we took the break early because it made sense to combine the redraw with the level break, so we'll play the 8 minutes left at level 22 and then roll straight into level 23. So blinds will be going up soon to 12 and 24, but right now they are still 10,000, 20,000 with a 3,000 ante.
And as you can see, we've now got 2 members of staff for every 1 poker player left in the tournament. So we're pretty sure we're on it.
So reminder that the hashtag on Twitter, if you want to get in touch, is PokerStars TV. There is the live chat at twitch.tv/PokerStars. And of course, if you're entering our spin and go competition, the hashtag is PSCWin. Have to say, that message seems to be getting through now because I see fewer and fewer people sending it to hashtag PokerStars TV.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see what you've done, but we don't need to. So thanks.
And crucially, if you don't include PSC Win, you're not going to be eligible to win one of those 10 €10 spin and go Barcelona tickets. A reminder that today's hand, by the way, 7 of clubs, 8 of clubs. You need to win a real money hand in a spin and go, a cash game, or a zoom game with 7, 8 of clubs. And for the avoidance of doubt, we're talking whole cards.
Punish is exciting. Use are the best. Here we go. Smitty is saying, how do you always seem to know when we're still here, Matt? I have some very sophisticated software that I run on my laptop when it's not updating that lets me know exactly who's watching.
Matt knows that you're there because he's always been here.
Creepy.
So reminder that although we are down to 1 table, this is not the official final table. Going cards up on the stream is not a simple case of flicking a switch. There are software changes, security protocols that we have to go through. There is a delay to be established, so we can't go cards up today, but tomorrow when 6th play down to a winner, you will see whole cards live as we bring you every single hand from the final table here on PokerStars TV. A reminder, if you want to put a note in your calendar, that we are an hour later tomorrow because of the aforementioned delay. 1 PM local time, Moscow time. That's noon Central European Summer Time, 11 AM UK time. And I know we often get criticised for not looking after our friends in North America. So 6 AM Eastern, should any of you wish to get up that early to watch the final table.
That doesn't sound like we're taking care of them at all. That seems like we're really making it hard for them. But hey, I know people that get up in the middle of the night to watch Formula 1 from around the world. So if you care, you care. Be with us.
So now that we are down to 9, let's look at what they are still playing for. Everyone is guaranteed 2.8 million rubles. That's roughly 50,000 US dollars. We have got 6-figure scores. If we're talking about dollars, and let's be honest, that's a currency that more of us are familiar with. we're talking about dollars. We're looking at six-figure scores for the top six, with the winner receiving more than $500,000. So it's 29 million rubles. It's 514,433 US dollars. Now, obviously, these are estimated amounts based on the current exchange rate.
Welcome back to your break. We're going to level number 22. There's 8 minutes remaining. There's going to be 10,000, 20,000, and 50,000.
Mike getting the action restarted here at the last table of the PokerStars Championship Sochi main event. So plenty of seven-figure stacks now. In fact, all bar 3 of the players at the table, Matt, have more than 50 big blinds. And Timur Bubnev, the spin and go qualifier, has 43 bigs. Only 2 players at immediate risk.
Я думаю, не будут показывать.
I'm slightly worried about the fact that Pavel Shershikov has previously shown a bit of slow form. I hope he doesn't drag the game down. Now that we're nine-handed, you get a feeling that it'll quickly become apparent who fancies becoming table captain, who just goes on a heater. New dynamics to work out. It's been a long while since we've seen anything other than short-handed play, so always kind of an interesting dynamic to adjust to for both us and the players.
Yeah, it's a double new dynamic. You've got players who you're maybe not that familiar with or haven't played against for the last couple of days. Plus, as you say, suddenly nine-handed. I don't think this tournament played nine-handed after day 1. And of course, for the last couple of levels, they've been 5 or 6-handed. Well, I just heard the words all in. Bubnov opened from the small blind, raising to 40,000, and Kakmazov shoves for 276k. Kakmazov is the guy who did most of the damage to Chris Moneymaker, taking most of his chips in a huge cooler, kings against ace-king, just before the close of play on day 5. Or day 4, rather. Today's day 5.
Where am I, James? What's happening?
So Bubnov, aka the Vladivostokian Oompa Loompa, because he works in a chocolate factory, is deciding whether to call here. He's got 847,000 behind. It's 236k to call.
Never really got anything going when he was on our short-handed feature table before they all came round the 1 table. And he was one of the players I highlighted, would no doubt be delighted to go 9-handed just to give him a bit of breathing space rather than getting clobbered by the blinds and antes so often.
Well, the chief engineer of that confectionery factory in Vladivostok folds, and we saw Kakmazov show ace-king there.
I've always thought it'd be great to know someone who works at a chocolate factory, just because I like to think they must get paid in chocolate some of the time.
Those chocolate coins.
I hadn't thought of that, but now that you've said it, that's brilliant. Every week, right, everyone, Friday, come on in, you know.
Those bags of chocolate coins, which are obviously very popular stocking fillers, must be the worst quality chocolate on the planet. It tastes foul.
Do you know what? I actually quite like cheap chocolate. There's a family joke that, oh, Matt will love it. It's like they'll go, oh, a bit cheap, this chocolate, and give it to Matt. I was like, honestly, there's something about cheap chocolate that takes me back to my childhood.
Green and blacks? Oh no, the cocoa content's far too high.
Do you know what? It's a bit like red wine. Is like, I know the difference between a £5 and a 30 quid bottle, but when you get into the hundreds, I'm like, well, this is stupid. And it's the same with chocolate. Yeah, I don't really want cheap chocolate from the 99p shop, but you can spend too much. Here we go.
Yeah, so Saeed Butba moves all in for 200k. Open jamming from under the gun +1. Action round 2. Lavrenti Ni, one of 2 Kazakhstani players remaining, the other being Daniar Albakarov, who is sat to his immediate right. Knee calls.
Лыска, держись.
Go, говорит, go. Не all-in.
Не all-in, просто call.
6-8 call.
Just the blinds. Who both fold, so Butba at risk. Let's see the hands. Looks like pocket eights for knee, king queen for Butba. Another classic race underway. And it's a race that Butba needs to win. He is behind for now, but only just 49%. Almost a coin flip.
Good luck, everybody. Ugh.
Eights holding.
Not much for Butba to get excited about there. One spade. 10 potentially could come into play, but it's all about the backdoors, baby. Ouch.
Deuce of clubs on the turn. No backdoors. 6 outs for Butba, needing a king or a queen on the river. It's another deuce, and he exits in 9th place. And just like that, we are down to 8. So this is now the official final table of the PokerStars Championship Sochi main event. But we will play on today. We're going to lose 2 more players before we conclude day 5. Congratulations to Butba, cashing for 2.8 million rubles. Meaning Nedar Kakmazov is now the only short stack with 16 bigs. Everyone else pretty healthy. And Leventini is now up to 1.8 million. He's playing 92 big blinds.
Yeah, as you say, apart from the die, it's all 42 big blinds and above. So deep. I appreciate we're about to tick over into another level, but still not going to be any immediately obvious targets.
No, and also the average stack with 8 players remaining is more than 1.4 million. So even when we go to 12-24 in a minute and a half's time, the average stack will be more than 50 big blinds. Chip leader Pavel Shershikov. Shershikov is a player we've talked a lot about in the last couple of days because he's been chip leader for most of the last 48 hours. Only has 3 recorded live caches, including this one, but has a lot of results online and has been playing a lot of live cash as well, much of it here in Sochi. Is planning to see more European casinos, to maybe travel the circuit a bit once this event is over. Will it be an event that he wins?
Yeah, I mean, that was an interesting tale to tell when there was still 4 or 5 tables left, but now we're down here on the official final table with that first prize in sight. You think that's certainly going to spur you on to tour the world as a pro?
Yeah, mainly a mixed games player. You might recognize his online handle, by the way, if you're a Railbird. OMG Inmarsat 8.
No, definitely don't recognize that.
Well, here's under the gun raise, called by Bubnov in the cutoff. Heads up to a Jack 10-5 flop. Shershikov deciding whether to continue.
Yeah, as mentioned, stroke warned, kind of a little bit of a more ponderous player than some of the speedy Russians we've had on our table. Mostly, I think, throughout the last few days, been pretty blessed with fast play, exciting play, lots of chips being splashed around, lots of potential bullies at the table trying to make things happen.
And Alex, thank you for your question. Hashtag PokerStars TV. I did just address this, but just to repeat, even though this is the final table, no whole cards today. We are completely live. There is no delay. We're not going to stop to build up a 60-minute delay, nor do we have the ability to put the security and software protocols into place in such a short space of time. It's an overnight thing, but I promise you tomorrow, when we're 6-handed for the final day, you will get whole cards.
And also, there are miles and miles of thick black curtains that must be erected at key junctures in the venue. If you could only see the number of trucks we need for the amount of thick black curtaining, it's something to see.
So a delayed continuation bet on the turn. Sheshikov makes it 53,000. The deuce of diamonds, which does mean a flush is now possible. Bubnov folds, and Sheshikov increases his chip lead, now playing 2.71 million. 135 big blinds. Bubnov is the second lowest stack at the table, although is still hovering around the 40 big blind mark. And I believe we have now rolled into level 23. Blinds are now 12,000, 24,000 with a 4,000 ante.
I believe you're correct. Punisher437 is on Twitter. Don't forget hashtag PokerStars TV. Reflecting something that Joe said earlier on. Can't believe there's only one more day left. It's gone pretty quick. Yeah. Kind of strange really as well, because this is normally a time of the year where there's nothing to bring you guys. Normally we wrap things up in Monte Carlo.
Yeah.
And then it's all right. Well, have a great summer. We'll see you for Barcelona.
It does feel like a very short extension, though, because obviously Monte Carlo was only a couple of weeks ago. We're still in the month of May. We're still going to end in the month of May. And you will still have June, July, and most of August without any live action on PokerStars TV. But Barcelona, we will bring you 5 days of the main event. And there is also the possibility, and we're planning it now, that there will be a live stream from Rozvadov for the live element of Sunday Million Live. If you haven't read about that, head to PokerStarsLive.com as we take everyone's favourite online tournament into the live realm and create a €1 million prize pool from a €215 buy-in.
It's madness, I tell you, madness.
Online day ones, followed by live action at King's Casino. All in from Kakmazov, shoving from the cutoff for 323k. It's Troinovsky's small blind.
The big cack. Getting the last of his chips in there. No thank you, says Vladimir. Winner, winner.
Первое тоже было. Я смотрю, ну ты с улыбкой первую натягивал.
Robert Ross asks, given a love for cheap chocolate, have you ever tried eating a delicious candle? Do you know what? I will admit, I have on occasions tasted things that smell awesome. Like when I was a kid, there used to be the little pencil rubbers, the erasers, and some of those smelt really delicious. And you went, well, maybe they taste a bit like they smell. No, they don't.
Now, my primary school banned those erasers because
Really?
apparently sniffing them was just as bad as sniffing glue.
Nah, surely not. Although that would explain a lot. Would explain a lot about my brain.
Apparently, they had similar chemical compounds to those found in glue.
Oh, good lord.
It may have been an urban myth. Anyway, the teachers at our school wouldn't allow us to use them.
Right. I'm sure that some adults made that up just because they didn't like all the erasers bouncing around the room.
But it was a big trend in the 1980s to have erasers shaped like strawberries that smelt like strawberries.
I had one that was Brute, the gentleman's cologne. I have no idea why. Quite pungent.
So an under-the-gun raise here from Albakarov. This is the guy who won WPT Amsterdam earlier this month.
Hot dog jumping frog, Albakarov.
And it's actually the only cash on record.
Oh.
Always nice when your first live cash is a win. 152,600 euros for taking down WPT Amsterdam.
It feels like that's the time to retire. Play a game for the first time, or at least be recorded for the first time as a winner, and then go, that's it, that's me done, I'm off to obscurity again.
Well, Matt, we talk about watching Barcelona on PokerStars TV. What about playing the PokerStars Championship in Barcelona? Ultra Satellites are running on Sunday the 18th of June and Sunday the 2nd of July at 2:30 Eastern. 50 packages guaranteed in each. And when you consider it's a €215 buy-in, do the math, as they say. There is likely to be overlay in these satellites. Plenty of added value. Win your seat to Barcelona for just €215.
Yeah, I think we can all agree there's quite a lot of value in that particular promotion.
Smitty asks, Matt, are you going to be sent kicking and screaming to Marbella with Lee for the PokerStars Festival there? No live stream from Marbella, but I tell you what, it's an event that I think all of us would like to go to. It always collides with like my summer holiday, so I never got to go. But everyone who's been to Marbella over the last few years says it is. We often talk about poker holidays. That is the ultimate poker holiday.
Yeah, I do fancy about that. I certainly wouldn't be kicking and screaming. I would be running, sprinting, chuckling. Stick me in a cab for 3 hours with Lee Jones on the way to Rosvedov. Or head off to Marbella. I think we all know which one we'd go for. This one's a raise from the button from Shoshikov. Called by Albakarov in the big blind defense. 4-4 deuce, 2 hearts. Check to the aggressor. Continuation of 40,000 gets the call. King of clubs on the turn. Okay, so a bit of a dwell. Fired pre-flop, continued post-flop, and here we are with 110,000 into 244. Not quite half pot, but close enough. Munch plate. I like this check raise. Abakarov making it 305,000, testing the resolve. The Shoshikov with that danger card. The king comes down. And to use a Joeism most of the time, you don't necessarily expect Shoshikov to have raised off the button with everyone folding to him with legit holding, so it's a great test here. The reflection shows him getting some chips ready. Well, it takes a while to make the most basic decisions. This one's a real proper decision, as they say. But it looks like he's sticking around.
Wow. This pot getting big.
Yeah.
Is that a re-raise?
It is.
It's a 3-bet.
That's okay.
We don't have alarms for 3-bets.
Right, it's just a re-raise. We're okay. We're okay. But stand by. Because unless Albakarov was just leveling. Has he got a king of hearts? Oh my.
So just to recap the action. Shoshikov was the pre-flop aggressor. He continued flop for 40,000. He barreled turn for 110,000. Got check raised by Albakarov, who made it 305,000. And Shoshikov has now 3-bet, representing a lot of strength. 525,000. And summary on your screen right now. And it's a fold. Albakarov, I guess, just making a move on the turn with the check raise, or maybe something marginal. But Shershikov is now up over 3 million. 3.1 million. He's got nearly a 2-to-1 chip lead over the guy who's second in chips.
I think we can call that a comfortable chip lead, but anything can happen.
Double his stack from the start of play.
Tough day.
Ни в коем случае. Не видно. Так это король. 100%. Я видел. Да? Как выкинул. Есть король?
Steve Ryan on Twitter reminds us of another big problem that we had as children, which was to not tuck into a nice chunk of Play-Doh.
Oh.
See, the smell of Play-Doh, there was something satisfying about plasticine and Play-Doh. I do hear you. I know what you're saying.
Now, I remember as a child an advert on TV for this special Play-Doh set, which was a hairdresser's. It was a barber's shop, and you basically put Play-Doh inside like a plastic figure, and then you turn a handle and like Play-Doh beards would come out of Play-Doh hair, and then you could cut it with a pair of plastic scissors. What I didn't realise, and I was really jealous that my friends had one, but once you've used it once, the Play-Doh then kind of dries nastily, clogs up the plastic figures. Yeah, it was kind of one of those things which didn't really go the distance, shall we say.
It was up there with Evil Knievel and Big Tracks as gifts I always wanted and never got. But probably good, because it probably would have been like, I always wanted the barber Play-Doh and thing, but now that I've understood the logistic nightmares of such a contraption, maybe I was better off not having one.
Big Tracks. Now, interestingly, Kakmazov's MO has been to open shove, which kind of makes sense. He's got around 15 big blinds. In this situation, he has just opened to 58,000. Sayed Garvam.
Do you think it's even more dangerous? Is it a trap hoping someone else will step in and get them?
Well, we're going to find out, because Garvam is just 3-bet. Re-rating to 131,000, and assuming no one else gets involved here, it seems a very simple situation for Kakmazov. It's either all in or fold. There we go.
Yeah. Any excuse. So now we find out. I'm really keen to see exactly. Come on, take him on.
Surely he can't fold here. You can't 3-bet fold in this spot.
And also, it's not like you can't have already had a plan in place. You must have known this is one of the potential moves from Kakmazov with his stack.
I mean, again, we are assuming that Garvam was aware of Kakmazov's stack size when he made this move. Maybe he didn't realise how short Kakmazov was, didn't realise that, he's the guy who's been open shoving, and actually, if he's just min-raising, this could be a trap. I think Garvam has to call, and I think he's realised that himself. And sure enough, and I think Kakmazov's really strong here, which is why he just min-raised rather than open shoving.
Yeah.
Kings.
Well, now it all kind of makes sense, doesn't it? But
so Kakmazov at risk with the kings, Garvam with the ace-queen. He does, of course, have the live overcard. Not a dissimilar situation to the one Chris Moneymaker was in against Kakmazov, but this time there is an ace on the flop. So Garvam takes the lead. Kakmazov now at risk and drawing to 2 outs.
not much emotion from Garvam, but it's looking like it's going his way.
And if Kakmazov does not hit on the river, he is eliminated in 8th place. It's the 4 of diamonds.
Well, he was in our sights. We saw him as the shortest stack at the table. And now with an hour and 15 still on this level, the shortest stack, Timur Bubnov, with 749, 31 big blinds. So though the shortest stack, not necessarily looking at this lineup expecting anyone to crash out anytime soon.
But should we see some huge cooler, should we see some epic collision, we are in a situation that if we lose another player, we are done for day 5 because 6 will come back tomorrow. But you're absolutely right, Matt, with an average stack of near enough 1.7 million and blinds at 12.24, it shouldn't happen.
No, and these guys have not been playing particularly crazy. There's been some aggression, but it's been mostly backed up. Trinovsky has been, you know, pretty busy. Vitkind in the last level, when they were short-stacked, was very active. He's been quieter since we formed recently these final players. But it might just be the cards come along and create a cooler for us. You never know.
So Garvam, of course, is the Iranian sports betting company guy. Can't play poker in Iran, so often travels to Cyprus to play cash games there, occasionally enters tournaments as well. And all of his results to date have come exclusively from Cyprus, apart from that 84th place finish in Prague at the end of 2016.
Yeah, as Joe pointed out, not particularly well known to us, a lot of these players, but pretty decent slew of results against the majority of them.
So Garvan back in the action, raising under the gun to 51,000. Action is now on Dmitry Vitkind. Green chips are worth 25,000 each. Blues are 5,000. Yellows are 1,000.
Re-raise, funny enough, I just mentioned Vitkind having been way more aggressive in the last level, and now here he comes, the first meaningful action since we went final table.
Now, of course, anytime there's a 3-bet, Matt, there's always the possibility of a 4-bet, so I'm standing by.
I see you, I see you. Good reactions.
Looks like it's been folded back around to Garvan. And Garvan gives it up. Vitkind officially second in chips with 1.8 million, 75 big blinds. Pavel Shershikov still big chip leader with 3.1 million.
I have to laugh at Sebastian's tweet. Just in case we lose a player in the next 1.5 hours, could we have the free roll password, please? Nice try. We'll keep you hanging on, even if it's the last sentence of the broadcast. We'll keep you guys hanging on for that password. You got a fair while to kill before that kicks in, don't you worry. But I appreciate your immediate concern at the thought of ending today's broadcast was password.
Их просто надо полностью открывать. Нельзя кончик посмотреть и уже понять.
Да. Тут еще кончики
ошибиться.
Вот у этих конкретно карт, там дама на 9 похоже,
from
там
the button
еще,
from knee.
то есть там вот эти по-другому сделаны краешки.
Да, там много.
Bubnov on the small blind lets it go. As does the big blind. Heads up to the flop.
The two Kazakhstani players at the table going to the flop. Me against Albakarov. 8-7-4 on the flop. 2 hearts.
So you bet 55 into the 164. Well, these neighbours going to put each other to the test here. Takes the C-bet and raises up to 135. Gets re-raised pretty quickly. Albakarov's 3-bet to 300,000. You wouldn't necessarily look at the 8-7-4 board and think everyone's going to go to town with made hands. Is it about the potential? Lots of drawing possibilities here. Laurenti neat. These guys are pretty well chipped here. Could build a really big pot if they wanted to. Me asking how much Albakarov has got left, whether that's just to get a reaction or whether he's generally working it out, we do not know. I think he's just called this. Yeah, this is going to be a huge pot here. So we head off to the turn with 764,000 in the middle, a third heart, and the 4 pairs. These guys just staring each other down, inches from each other. Remind you, Albakarov did start this up, continued and called the re-raise. Got the re-raise in and knee came along. And now it slows down. Check, check brings Jack of Diamonds. No action on the turn. Like, this pot is already more than big enough, but here comes some more. So 425 into 764. More than $1 million.
I always call these bets, Matt, virtual all-ins, because I do feel that when you bet more than half your chips, you're never folding to a raise.
No, and maybe that's the idea. Maybe that's the message. And he did take a fair while when he raised the post-flop bet from Albakarov and then got re-raised himself. He took a while before making the decision, but when he made the decision, he did call. He did call post-flop, even though he went check-check on the turn. So you go, well, what are you calling on that flop?
Clock, please.
Someone has called the clock.
For the first time I think I've seen. Not seen much clock calling. But then again, mostly it's been quite speedy play. Not too many duels, and the duels that we have seen have been so few and far between that you credit. All in from knee now. Gets a really fast fold. Wow. That's going to leave Albakarov really short stacked.
Yeah, I don't quite understand what happened there, but it leaves Albakarov with a 16 big blind stack, and I guess it wasn't the virtual all-in. I guess he was trying to look like it was a committing bet, but actually he wasn't committed.
Yeah, it was like after the check on the turn, there was like, look, one more chance to try and win this, maybe with a busted draw. Maybe just a hand that just didn't improve. Maybe just a little leveling between these two guys. But whatever the hands were, it really does put a dent. And just a while back, we were saying as we went seven-handed, well, no one really here is an obvious target. But Albakarov now down to 16 big blinds, just 400,000 at the 12-24 4K ante level. And I guess also Timur Bubnov, not super comfortable. 30 big blinds, very playable, but
the awkward stack size, as we like to call it.
Yeah.
Have to be quite selective.
Yeah, and if you get involved in a deep pot, all of a sudden you realize it's your tournament life at risk. It can either trip people up or just make them really super tight.
Now, Bubnov, of course, is the last of the spin and go qualifiers, but he is not the only online qualifier at this final table. Vladimir Troianovski, interestingly, despite the fact that he is a super high roller, won his seat online.
Well, value is value. That's the thing, is these cashes are impressive enough, but when you actually you make the assumption everyone just bought in, apart from the known qualifiers, but when you find out that the big name pros are qualifying as well, you think, wow, it's even better. You look at the results, but the results, as you mentioned actually earlier this week, they don't talk to you about profit. They don't show you exactly what people have spent in buy-ins. When you find out the top pros, the super high roller guys, are actually qualifying their way into these games, you realize they're doing even better than we perceive them to be doing.
So just to recap, as far as the prize money is concerned, now we're down to 7 players. Everyone is guaranteed near enough 5 million rubles, 86,000 US dollars. And then, as far as dollar amounts are concerned, 6-figure scores for the final 6. Vitkin's raise under the gun +1 is to 52,000. And it's been folded around to Vladimir Troianovski in the big blind. Vlad is a player who likes to defend his big blind. And sure enough, he will call and we will go to the flop.
I feel like we should make a caption now for Troianovski that just says qualifier.
What do we know about this online qualifier, Vladimir Troianovski?
Up and coming young player. Queen 3-3, a check to the razor. I like Vitkin, I've got to say, the more we've seen of him as he's been more on our featured tables, always seems to be pretty snappy, pretty aggressive, confident and sure in what he does.
Well, the continuation bet has been called by Vlad. This hand will go to the turn. 214,000 in the middle. We get the 5 of diamonds on the turn. Quick check from Vlad. So Dmitry Vitkind, who plays as Very King on Stars, is from Moscow, and is a regular player on our tour who's cashed in 9 main events. He's also had a couple of pretty large cashes in Vegas as well. Live earnings for Dmitry Vitkind. $1.5 million.
Ka-ching.
So with a going check on the turn, Troinovsky leads river for 80,000 after the 7 of hearts hits.
Yeah, and Troinovsky has a dreadful record for just absolutely binking these little river wins. We're going to find out. Vitkin calls. Watch Vlad table the 7. Oh, got there anyway. Dang.
Jack Queen for Vlad. He flopped top pair, value bet on the river, got paid, adds 200k to his stack, and is now third in chips with 1.7 million, sitting behind me and Shershikov. And a reminder that after that bizarre hand that he played against his fellow countryman, Daniil Abakarov is now the low man at the table. The short stack with 16 big blinds. Still got an hour to play at this blind level, by the way. I mean, even if we were to get through this entire level, 7-handed, at the next level we would still be playing more than a 50 big blind average.
Action's going to start on Vitkind. Folds. And the recently chipped up knee. Going to get involved in this one.
А вы оба из Казахстана, да?
Да.
Вы вообще до этой раздачи были друзьями?
Well, knee has raised to 52,000.
Не, у нас много таких раздач было. Это самая крупная. Самая болезненная.
The blinds to get through. Vladimir is out. Pavel. Shershikov. I guess he also folded as well.
Blind.
Knee, one of 2 players at the final table from Kazakhstan. He was second in chips coming into day 2, just behind Jason Wheeler. And he's guaranteed to more than double his lifetime earnings with his win in this event, or rather his cash in this event.
He won? Already? That's a hell of a result when there's still 7 players left. Well done, you. Jason Wheeler, that's funny. It's a player I was expecting to see up here in the final stages. He was forever on our outer tables, and all we seemed to be doing was bouncing out to see him take down yet another pot, and then suddenly you realise he's no longer in the field. And when did that happen?
Well, there was that huge collision. I think it was towards the end of day 3 when he got it in with top pair, top kicker against a set. It was the hand, I believe, that saw Shershikov take the chip lead, something he still has right now. And if you have just joined us, we started today, day 5, with 16 players. We're already down to 7. Sadly, we've lost the last 2 remaining members of Team PokerStars Pro, with both Chris Moneymaker and Elki departing while we were still at 2 tables. Now we're down to 1 table, and the action is on Sayed Gavam from Iran, facing a raise from Lavrentini. So 3 bet, a re-raise to 132,000. Action folded back around to knee. There has not actually been a 4 bet. That was a finger slip. That was a finger slip. Just checking if you're paying attention.
I thought I must have passed out. I thought I'm staring at the screen and I haven't seen anything happen.
No, I can confirm it is a fold, not a 4-bet.
The fold horn has been fired.
Now, obviously, if we did genuinely have an alert every time someone folded, you'd be hearing it all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a fold alert easily the worst idea ever.
Now, obviously, even though registration has not yet opened for today's PokerStars TV free roll, we appreciate that if we lose another player, we're done for the day. So better get this information out there in the ether. $2,000 in the prize pool. It doesn't start until 9:15 this evening, Central European time. You find it by searching PokerStars TV in the lobby. And Hatterstad is today's free roll password. That is uppercase H, lowercase a, TTESTAD. We'll make sure that gets put up in the top left-hand corner in the screen for most of the rest of today's broadcast. Note it down so that when registration opens, you'll be able to get yourself into that free roll.
This one folded around to Vladimir Troinovsky in the cutoff.
I've put the electronic device on safety mode so that accidental thumb stroking touchscreen doesn't happen again.
I think it's nice. I think there's that element of danger every time I see you reach for it. It's kind of exciting in its own way. Bitkin's just limped in here. It's blind on blind against the short stack Albakarov. And when the short stack raises from the big blind, I guess you kind of got to take it seriously. And he does. And again, I know we get asked it a lot, but I'm quite happy to answer. No cards up today until tomorrow. Yes, this is our final table, but because we started the day with multiple tables, we're just not ready to go with that. Join us tomorrow. You'll get to see every card. Apart from the burn cards and the mutt cards. And, well, you'll get to see most of the cards. Vladimir going to take a shot at this one.
Troinovsky raising to 52,000.
Okay, heads up between Knee and Troinovsky. Knee is going to be out of position. Big blind defense for He. Knee. 4, 6, 8. 2 spades down. 144 in the pot.
So it goes check, check on the flop. We get the 6 of hearts on the turn, pairing the board.
Was a check. You got to be careful with those. Kind of looked a bit like he was just aggressively playing with his chips, but it was a check. Check, check. Brings the 3 of diamonds on the river. Whispers out 66,000. And pretty quick call from Vladimir. No one can say he drags his heels when he gets involved in the action. Jack 9 got nowhere. The ace queen good. Neither player improving. Troinovsky didn't even have to consider that, which is kind of scary. Where you see the guy with ace high just snap calls you on the end, you think, ah, he might be in trouble here.
Time to say hello to our second guest commentator of the day. Randy Liu joined us during the first level. Another member of Team PokerStars Pro Online joins us from abroad. We welcome back to PokerStars TV, Jamie Staples.
Hey guys, how's it going today?
I feel really bad, Jamie, because the other day we were like, yeah, thanks, Jamie, see you in Barcelona, bye, and now we're speaking again.
Just wanted to come back. I had such a good time the first time. You know, watch the final seven, guys.
Always good to have you here, Jamie. And obviously, we have lost your good friend Elkie. We have lost Chris Moneymaker, but we still have 7 talented players, including Vladimir Troinovsky, who's currently 3rd in chips with close to 2 million.
He is so sick. I went deep with him in the Dublin main event, and ever since when I see him online, I'm just kind of afraid to play pots against him, you know? I just stay out of his way as much as possible.
We were joking a couple of minutes ago about the fact that Vlad is actually one of 2 online qualifiers at the final table. Vlad, obviously looking for value. One is seat online. I think the other online qualifier, our spin and go qualifier, Timo Bubnov, is, shall we say, a little less accomplished.
I mean, that's not a hard thing to have happen against Bob Troy for sure. There's a lot of value in those satellites, so I think totally reasonable that even the bosses like Bob Troy are out there battling in some of the 500s and the $200 satellites.
For sure.
How was the rest of your birthday, by the way, Jamie?
It was good, kind of uneventful. I don't know, 26, like it's getting less and less fun the older I get.
I mean, as an older guy, I can tell you 26 was the age where I started making really poor decisions. Like, everything I'd done up to 26 was pretty much like standard. But at 26, I started doing some really stupid things. So just keep an eye on every single decision you make, because I think it's a real threshold age, okay? Because you've got enough responsibility, enough, like, you know, status to really do some damage to your life long term. Good luck.
Okay, we got some action here. Vitkind opened from the cutoff, raising to 52,000, and Nee has 3-bet from the small blind, making it 144,000. Obviously, both these guys pretty deep, Jamie, so calling the 3-bet in position is not out of the question.
Definitely. I mean, these are the sick parts of tournament poker that I really love, because we're on the final 6 bubble, right? 2 really deep stacks, and someone's putting the pressure on, and you know it's full of crap most of the time, but still, it's just, there's so much pressure involved, and being out of position, in position, it's just a lot of fun.
Oh, hang on a second, this is not a call in position.
Oh, good lord, it is the Horn of Plenty. The 4-bet horn has been triggered correctly this time by my colleague. 340,000, the price to play.
The stack set up pretty well for this as well, risking 340,000 with 1.2 million behind. Really puts Nee to a situation where they have to figure out, do I want to risk 1.5 million chips and 5-bet here? So let's see if he goes for it.
He's not shown himself to be a player that particularly moves very quickly, but always seems to have purpose.
How has the pace of play been over the tournament so far?
Remarkably fast, and I say that we have become accustomed to, especially day 4, and by the time we get to day 5, everyone is taking a lot of time over every decision, understandably, when you consider what's on the line. But here, I mean, it's been pretty swift. Now, this is a big decision for Nee, so understandably he's thinking about it. But with the exception of Shershikov, who I'd say is a thinking player, most people are acting very quickly.
I think it's really interesting to think about the differences in how different cultures play poker, and I'm curious if there's any sort of correlation to a more Eastern European player pool, you know, playing quicker. It's interesting to me.
There's also been a vibe, again, because of like so many of the Russians, they're all very chatty. It's kind of had a real home game feel a lot of the time, a lot of laughing, a lot of chatting in, you know, during hands, and no one's got a problem with it, and everything's being monitored, and just pretty chirpy and speedy. It's been quite, you know, it's been frustrating to not know what they're talking about, but it's been nice to actually see, you know, these proper chatty all the time tables. None of this sort of.
Oh, this is a 5-bet.
What noise have you got though? DJ. I mean, I don't know if you've got a noise capable of. illustrating the 5-bet.
Well, that's like one of those old-fashioned pre-flop leveling wars that we haven't seen for a while, but the net result is that Nia's chipped up to 2.8 million and is now closing in on Shershikov. So Shershikov has 3 million, Nia 2.9 million. I'd love to know what the hands were there. I always imagine, and again, I talk about those pre-flop leveling wars that we used to see about 5 or 6 years ago. I like to think that one had like 7-4 offsuit and the other one had like, I don't know, king deuce.
It's probably aces and jacks. But yeah, a proper Benny Spindler, Vanessa Selps, just ridiculous Jack 4 versus 10-3.
It is weird, and we've talked a lot about it on the stream, Jamie, but I don't think we've ever talked about it with you. The trends that you get in poker, whether it's different opening raise sizes, or when we did go through this ridiculous period of time, which was about 2010, 2011, where it was not a post-flop game anymore. It was all about just 3-betting, 4-betting, 5-betting, 6-betting pre-flop with absolute airballs.
Yeah, it was crazy, and I was just getting into poker at that time, but I do remember, the crazy hand Vanessa Selps against Prahlad Freeman and the big game, where they get in like $250,000 or something.
Jack 7 against aces. And Vanessa, I remember, asked Antonio Sfandiari, why did I do that? And Antonio just says, completely honestly, I have no idea why you did that.
It's almost like the game was just simplified to a question of are you telling the truth or are you lying? And, it was all played pre-flop, basically.
Yeah.
So we're still seeing trends like that develop where people are raising more on the button or they're raising bigger, just various different trends. But I think it's getting closer to a game where mathematically it's going to make sense in the long run. So just one of those phases in poker, I think.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, a lot of players certainly, were very happy when that whole pre-flop leveling came to an end. I know that we talked to Eugene Kachalov about it, and obviously Daniel Negreanu is someone who's very much a post-flop player, and they were very happy that all that stuff and nonsense came to an end. We've got back to a situation now where when you do see a battle like that, it means they probably did have two legitimate hands. Or at least one of them did.
You would think so, but I'm just waiting for the moment when someone pulls out that 2011, Jack 7 offsuit and shows the table, right? Maybe just starts another 5-betting boom.
Now, to be fair to Vanessa Selps, it was Jack 7 suited. It was Jack 7 of diamonds.
Well, the extra 2% if you're going to choose hands.
Absolutely.
Make sure they're suited.
So this is the spin and go qualifier we were talking about, Jamie. Timur Bubnov, who is an engineer in a chocolate factory in Vladivostok. He has raised the button to 55,000. And it's Vladimir Troinovsky's big blind. And he folds. Now, as you can imagine, Jamie, we were very sad to lose Chris and Elke early on today. And I don't know, Chris takes it so well, but for Elke, it's like his whole world has just caved in. But again, top 16 in back-to-back PokerStars Championship main events. When you consider he's been on a bit of a dry spell, it's been a bit of a drought for Elke after his real winning streak of about 6 or 7 years ago. That's still a phenomenal result for him.
Absolutely massive year for Elke. I'm super happy for him. And I mean, if we're talking about live poker tournaments here, there's just so much short-term variation in poker that you can't really evaluate someone's ability or how they're doing over even a year or 2 years of poker results. So to see his hard work and his dedication over his career pay off this year is really, really great.
So more than halfway through this level now, 40 minutes on the clock before the next break. And as we stated earlier on, granted, anything can happen, but given the stack sizes, given the average stack, there is no reason why we should lose a player in the next 40 minutes. Of course, Arbakarov is the low man at the table with just 17 bigs. And look at this. He's been shoved on by Bubnov. Arbakarov opens to 50,000. Bubnov makes it 725,000. Everyone else folds, so now it's a case of whether Arbakarov wants to call all in
Interesting to me. I was just going to say that the fact he hasn't like got an Insta plan standing by, because he must have known this was one of the potentials when he started moving his short stack around.
The sunglasses up to me usually means a call. It's like, okay, we're going to showdown here. Let's play the cards out. When they pull the sunglasses up, I think we're gonna see a call here. That's my read.
Just add most of the time to the end of that sentence, and you're fine.
Yeah, most of the time, probably. There we go.
No, the probably you don't need. You've gone too far now, Jamie. Just reel it in. Reel it in. See, now I've saved you with the most, because now you go, well, I did say most of the time. Obviously, on this occasion, that just wasn't one of those times.
Just variance, chat. Okay, it's variance.
So Bubnov now hovering around 840,000. Bubnov playing 35 big blinds. Albakarov down to 16 big blinds. 7 players remaining in the Sochi main event.
I wanted to ask you, by the way, Jamie, have you caught up with Kevin Martin at all since he was released from the Big Brother house?
Yeah, we had a good conversation over Skype after sort of things settled down for a couple days. I believe he's on vacation right now in Mexico.
Nice.
So yeah,
Is he piecing his mind back together again? Because I think he was starting to lose the plot somewhat.
I mean, 3 months without any connection, guys. No PokerStars. No PokerStars live stream. Like, how could you hold it together?
Well, now at least he can now completely understand how some of our viewers feel, in between championship streams and people are just losing their minds. So I guess now he feels their pain. It's a long wait. We got to wait all the time here from Sochi all the way through to Barcelona. It's horrible to be that disconnected. I don't see our viewers pacing their houses, doing shout-outs, but it's probably never far from their minds.
I think Kev's going to be back pretty soon. I mean, I don't have any official dates or anything, but we did talk about Twitch and streaming and poker and stuff, and he was pretty excited, so it'll be good to see him back on the streets.
I mean, that's the thing, we always talk about the guys, you guys that are serious streamers, just banging out hour after hour every single day, is that of all the people to go complete cold turkey and just stop that for 3 months, it's like it's got to just become part of your DNA that it just feels weird to not flick that camera on and say hi to everyone. It's got to be such a weird experience to just completely isolate yourself.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I was just talking to my brother Matt about that the other day, and it's just the Twitch brain doesn't really turn off. It hasn't turned off for me for about 2.5 years now. Once you're in it, it's like you're in.
I can imagine if you walk like into a building and there are CCTV cameras, you just turn to it and say hi, thanks for watching me, and just can't avoid the glare of the lens.
Well, anytime I'm on your guys' show or playing a PokerStars championship and I manage to make the feature table, I try and talk to the camera. And I think it was Stapes that was just like, you're used to talking to the camera, but that's not how it works, in the broadcast. You can't do that, man.
Just chill. Just play. Just stop looking at the camera. Just play poker. Hi guys, I just folded. Thanks for being here. Well, there's not been much to report for a little while, but we've at least got a raise here from Gavan. Big blind defense from the shortest stack.
Queen 4-3. Albakarov playing in flow, and Governor checks behind.
Interesting. You'd see a continuation bet there quite a bit. My strategy is going to be to continuation bet like 100% of hands for quite a small size. The check back on the Queen 3-4. What does it mean? What sort of hands?
Well, we've now got the 3 of clubs on the turn. It goes check, check again, and ace of clubs on the river.
If you had to choose a hand to check back, it'd probably be an ace high. So I would say this is a good card for the preflop raiser.
Well, Galvin is now making a delayed continuation bet of 50,000, and Albakarov folds down below 15 big blinds now. Galvin playing close to 65 big blinds.
I mean, I appreciate you want to get something going as a short stack, but it feels like Albakarov has just been maybe a little bit too active and not committing.
Well, over the course of 2 hands, we've seen him pretty much lose 20 to 25% of his chips.
Yeah. So
reminder that our competition is running today. Your chance to win a Barcelona Spin and Go ticket. As long as you're playing real money Zoom, cash, or a Spin and Go, you're eligible to enter. We need you to win a hand with 7 of clubs, 8 of clubs. 7, 8 of clubs, today's hand. Win, and then tweet a boom link or screenshot. We need the hand ID and the hashtag PSCWin in a tweet. Send it through just before midnight tonight, and we'll draw 10 winners at random. And those 10 winners will get a €10 Barcelona Spin and Go ticket.
I'm so pumped up for Barcelona. I've heard so many good things from people about the stop, and I've never been before. So this year is my first year.
Wow, yes, it is traditionally, and there's no reason why it will be any different this year, the busiest and biggest stop on the tour. A lot of tournaments to play, and a lot of players in those tournaments, Jamie. Well, that was a walk there for Knee in the big blind. I've got a bit of a wait before Barcelona. We were saying earlier on that pretty much 3 months, all of June, all of July, and most of August. But that does give people plenty of time to qualify for that event. And I know that June is very much going to be about the road to Barcelona, giving people plenty of opportunities to win satellites to the next PokerStars Championship. There will be those spin and goes we just mentioned, the ultra satellites we talked about earlier on this afternoon. €215 to play with 50 packages guaranteed in each satellite.
Ka-ching.
That's the dream.
Да, я тоже об этом думал. Ага. В этом смысл. Все устали, наверное. Завтра, может, начнется.
So, in your situation, Jamie, where you've already decided you're going to Barcelona, will you still try and think a seat online, even though you're going to go regardless?
Yeah, definitely. You know, and if I win 1 seat, I'll try and win a second, because I sort of treat satellites like normal tournaments. You know? The prize structure is just a little bit flatter. There's not as much money up top. It pays a few more people in relation to how normal tournaments are set up. So that adjusts the strategy a little bit. But overall, like, let's say for the Sunday Million on a Sunday, I'll usually play 5 or 6 satellites to that tournament the day of, and just treat them like normal tournaments where first place is $215.
Well, we're going to see a flop here. Garvum's under the gun raise, called by Vitkind in the cutoff. 9-4-3 on the flop, 2 clubs.
It's worth noting in the satellites that it's usually a must-play tournament when it comes to live events. So you can't unregister and take the tournament dollars. It means you actually have to go. So it's important to like note that if you're planning to play those satellites.
Yeah, it's the sort of thing that our friend Joe Stapleton would get wrong most of the time, where he would think he's just playing a game and then suddenly realize he's committed to traveling to some strange country. He does that quite a lot. You have to keep an eye on him.
We'll come back to this subject in a moment, because I want to see how this hand plays out. Garvum did not continue, and so Vitkind has taken over the betting lead here. 65,000. And here is a check raise from Garvum. So this is interesting, Jamie. No C-bet, the check raise instead.
You don't see this very often, so it is pretty curious. I think just with the way the stack sizes are, the bigger stack can put on so much pressure. So putting in the raises is just a good idea.
So Garvum gets that through, up to 70 big blinds. So yeah, no, the idea of just playing poker in all these different countries around the world, you know, I salute what you're doing, which is to kind of move from city to city right now and see the world. And obviously, you're in a job, you live a lifestyle where that's possible, but I guess the great thing is with the live events structured the way they are, and with the event dates announced so far in advance, and with the satellites running, everyone can do that to try and basically see somewhere new, have a holiday, and see the PokerStars Championship in action as well, and play one of those events.
Absolutely. I refer to Bill Perkins, who talks about poker as a lifestyle. And I've really sort of come to feel that's true. Traveling a bit more of the live circuit and stuff like that, you get to have these amazing experiences, and then also play a poker tournament on the side, which, if you're good, is a profitable investment as well. So it's just such a win-win, and I'm so thankful that poker is a game. You're able to do that, you know, as opposed to maybe some other sports where that's not as easy to do.
Yeah, and that's the thing, isn't it? It depends whether you see it as a journey, an experience with some poker, or just some poker that happens to be at a place. You know, it feels like a waste. If you're just interested in the poker and you haven't even stopped to consider where you're going for it, it's like probably mentally not the most nourishing way to treat the whole deal.
Yeah, I mean, there's options for that too. You can go to the cheapest stops, or you can go to the closest stop to your home, or the one that's going to be most profitable. But for me, it's just like poker is a part of my life, and I want to have fun in my life, not just play poker. So the combo is what works for me, and what I think makes PokerStars events really great.
Well, we've got an all-in here, Jamie. Shershikov opened under the gun +1 to 60,000, and the short stack Albarakov has moved all in for 335,000. Sayed Garvam in the big blind has asked for a count. And obviously, should Garvam call, we've still got Shershikov to act behind.
There's potential for a three-way here if the big blind just calls. That would put a pretty good price for Shershikov on a big stack.
No reshove from Garvam, just a call.
All right. Oh, quick fold.
Shershikov folds, so showdown. Queens the hand for Albarakov, but kings for Garvam.
Well, most of the time, kings are going to win here. See what I did there, Jamie? Learning all the time.
So if kings hold, and they will do 4 times out of 5, we are down to 6, and play will conclude for the day. And there's a king on the flop. However, 2 clubs. Albarakov not dead. Running clubs would save him. Running queens would also see him survive. But 4% ain't big.
Roughly less than 5 and slightly more than 3.
Oh,
however.
Okay. All right. Let's get a sweat going.
Absolutely. 8 outs for Albarakov. Needs to hit a club on the river to survive.
Not much emotion. Good job for keeping that in. I would have fist pumped.
That is too little too late. Set over set nastiness sees Albarakov eliminated in 7th place. It sees the final 6 decided, and it sees play conclude for day 5 much earlier than we were expecting. Well, I guess the good news from your perspective, and I'm talking to you viewers, is that tomorrow should be a longer day. Deeper stacks, the potential for a longer final table, and more cards up coverage, because of course when we come back tomorrow, you will have whole cards on a 1-hour delay. Jamie, it was brief but meaningful. Thank you very much for joining us.
This was great. I'm glad I got to close out the day, guys. Have a good one tomorrow.
Thank you, mate. Always a pleasure.
Thanks to Jamie Staples from Team Pro Online. So can you believe it? We are done already.
Well, I don't know what I'm going to do with the rest of the day. I was expecting to watch a lot of poker.
Now, those of you who are worried about not being able to get into the free roll, don't worry. We'll make sure that the password gets tweeted from @PokerStars TV, so you'll have something to refer back to when registration opens in that $2,000 free roll later on this afternoon. But these 6 players, including Spin and Go qualifier Timo Bubnov, will be coming back tomorrow. Leventi Ni will be the chip leader, just ahead of Pavel Shershikov. Vladimir Troinovsky there, he's also a big stack. The average stack, 1.8, 1.9 million?
Yeah. Okay. We're deep. We're going to be here for a while. Then again, these guys have not been shy when it comes to getting it all in, and we've had some big car crashes too, so you just never know.
Should be an interesting dynamic. The shortest stack, by the way, is Bubnov, and he's got 32 big blinds. So hopefully plenty of poker to be played tomorrow, and we will be playing from 1 p.m. local time. That is noon Central European Summer Time, 11 a.m. UK time. These are the final 6. Kazakhstan, Russia and Iran all represented at the Sochi main event final table. We'll pick up the action with 26 minutes left to run at the 12-24 blind level. Now, if you want to read up on what happened today, how we got down from 16 to 6, it maybe you've only just joined us and you're like, what? It's over already? Don't forget that you can read a full summary of the action. In fact, you can read back on what happened on days 1 through 4 as well at the PokerStarsblog.com. The guys doing sterling work covering the entire championship here in Sochi, including the main event. Make sure you give them a follow on Twitter as well, at PokerStarsBlog. You'll also find some great stories on characters, some great stuff from behind the scenes, and of course the wonderful photography of Neil Stoddart. But as far as we're concerned, we are back tomorrow from 1 p.m. Moscow time with cards up coverage of the final table of the PokerStars Championship Sochi main event. Looking forward to it, Matt?
Yeah, absolutely. The good news is we've learnt a lot about these guys. They started off as strangers, but now we know them well.
Yeah, and we'll get to know them better tomorrow because we will be cards up. Thank you once again for all your questions and comments over the course of the day. We'll do it all again tomorrow. One last day of poker action here on PokerStars TV. So join us. Remember, that's noon Central European time. That's 6 a.m. Eastern time. But for now, from Joe Stapleton, Matt Broughton and me, James Hartigan, goodbye from Sochi.